Sherlock Holmes and the Adventure of the Blood-Red Ledger, from the Reminiscences of John H. Watson, M.D., by Arthur Conan Doyle, in style. Chapter 1, The Smoke Beneath the Gilt. It was in the damp twilight of a fog-choked April evening in the year of our Lord 1893 that I found myself once more seated opposite my remarkable friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, within the familiar sitting room of 221B Baker Street. The fire crackled merrily in the grate, casting flickering shadows upon the walls and bathing the room in a warm, dancing glow that belied the chill settling over London like a shroud. The city outside was a study in sepia and soot, the dense fog curling around gas lamps and choking alleys with spectral fingers. It was a night for secrets and shadows. Holmes, as ever, had assumed his customary position on the settee, long legs stretched before him, his dressing gown drawn tightly about his spare frame. His violin lay across his lap, though its strings had not been touched. The only sound, aside from the occasional pop of coal in the hearth, was the steady rustle of pages as he leafed through a collection of shipping manifests, evidently absorbed in a matter wholly foreign to me. For my part, I had returned weary but contemplative from my day's duties. Kensington had offered no reprieve from the endless demands of the sick and the poor, and my thoughts still lingered with the image of a pale child gasping for air upon a worn cot. Her eyes, wide and glassy, had fixed on mine as I administered a poultice with trembling hands. "Holmes," I said finally, in an effort to dispel the morose atmosphere, "you have been unnaturally silent this evening. Even your tobacco seems to have lost its flavor. Are you unwell, or merely biding your time until a new case falls into our laps?" He looked up, gray eyes luminous in the firelight. "Neither, Watson. I am contemplating the convergence of seemingly unrelated events. There is a pattern to be discerned, a thread woven through recent occurrences. One only needs the proper lens through which to view it." "And have you found such a lens?" "Not yet," he murmured, tapping a page thoughtfully. "But I may, before the night is through." As though summoned by fate itself, a knock echoed from the door below. Holmes's keen eyes glinted. "Ah! Providence answers in her own time." Mrs. Hudson, ever brisk and composed despite the hour, appeared moments later. "A lady, sir. Distressed, I believe. She insists upon seeing you." Holmes stood and gestured to the door. "By all means, show her in." The woman who entered was draped in mourning, her figure tall and regal despite the heaviness of her grief. A thick black veil obscured her features, but her carriage was unmistakably that of one accustomed to society's upper echelons. The scent of jasmine trailed in her wake, a delicate contrast to the bitter odor of Holmes's shag tobacco. "Mr. Holmes," she began, her voice trembling, "I am Eleanor Pembroke. My husband, Reginald Pembroke, was found dead yesterday morning in his bank. I am told you can discern truth where others cannot." Holmes gestured for her to sit, his face unreadable. "I have been known to try, Mrs. Pembroke. Please, tell us what you know." She removed her gloves with unsteady fingers, revealing pale, slender hands marred by neither labor nor age. "He was the senior partner at Pembroke and Chili's, a private bank on Threadneedle Street. 2 nights ago, he did not come home. At first, I thought he had been detained. He often worked late. But by morning, his absence had grown ominous. I dispatched a footman, then the police. They found him." Her voice faltered. "Take your time, madam," Holmes said gently. She drew a breath. "He was found slumped over his desk, the door to his office locked from the inside. He was dead. The official report states that he took his own life. But I refuse to believe it." "Why?" Holmes asked simply. "Because my husband was many things, Mr. Holmes, but he was not a coward. He would not abandon his family to scandal, nor leave our affairs in disarray. And most of all, he would not have set fire to his own records." "Fire?" She nodded, her eyes glinting beneath the veil. "A ledger was found in his hand, or what remained of it. It had been burned nearly to ashes, yet curiously the pages were damp, as if he had tried to extinguish the flames himself, or as if someone else had set them and failed to destroy the evidence entirely." Holmes sat forward. "Was anything else amiss?" "Yes, one page had been torn from the book, carefully, deliberately, as though the name written there was of utmost importance." "Did your husband have enemies, Mrs. Pembroke?" She hesitated. "He was involved in a number of controversial investments, chief among them the old nickel redevelopment scheme." At the mention of that notorious project, Holmes's expression grew sharper. I, too, had heard the rumors. An entire neighborhood razed under the auspices of progress, leaving families destitute and, in some cases, dead. The official line praised the improvements to public hygiene and safety. The unofficial whispers spoke of arson, intimidation, and political bribery. Holmes rose abruptly. "Watson, your coat. We go to Threadneedle Street." The city of London at night was a stark contrast to its daylight bustle. Its cobbled streets were deserted, and the gas lamps cast long shadows against ancient buildings that loomed like sentinels. The air was thick with the scent of smoke, horses, and damp stone. Pembroke and Chili's occupied a stately Georgian edifice nestled between newer commercial blocks. A uniformed watchman met us at the door, lantern in hand, and admitted us after Holmes presented his card. Inside, the bank was a realm of hushed grandeur. Vaulted ceilings, oaken counters, and brass fixtures polished to a blinding sheen. Yet the silence was uneasy, like that of a cathedral tainted by some unholy act. We were led to the late Mr. Pembroke's private office, which bore the unmistakable scent of scorched paper and chemicals. The room was a study in contradictions, opulence undone by chaos. A mahogany desk, its surface blistered by heat, stood at the center. The carpet beneath it was blackened, and the windows had been sealed shut. Holmes moved about the room with feline grace, examining each detail in turn. "The fire began here," he said, pointing to the center of the desk, and was swiftly suppressed. Water was poured, likely from that decanter. But see the residue on the paper? A chemical accelerant. He crouched and withdrew a blackened fragment of ledger from beneath the grate. Burned deliberately, but only one page missing? Curious. He held the charred piece up to the light. A single name survives. S. Worthingham. We returned to Baker Street, deep in thought. Holmes went directly to his archives, rifling through newspaper clippings, court records, and city registries until he found what he sought. "Samuel Worthingham," he said at last. "A shipping magnate. Recently acquired properties in Shoreditch and Spitalfields, all former slum sites." I frowned. "You believe he financed the clearances?" "I believe Pembroke did. Worthingham was the instrument, but someone else orchestrated the whole affair, and that someone is the name torn from the ledger." He looked out the window into the endless dark. "Watson, we stand at the edge of a precipice. One name gone, but it could unravel half the city. We must find it. We must find it before whoever tore it free decides to silence us as well." The sleet had grown heavier as Holmes and I approached the modest townhouse on Kentish Terrace. The gas lamps shivered with each gust of wind, halos of orange light blurred by the precipitation. Constable Griggs, a burly man with a walrus moustache slicked by the weather, greeted us at the wrought iron gate. "Evening, Mr. Holmes." "Dr. Watson," he said, lifting his helmet briefly in deference. "It's a damned ugly scene, sir. Scotland Yard's just sent Inspector Lestrade along, but he insisted you be called in directly." "Wise of him," Holmes murmured, brushing sleet from his overcoat. "Lead us in, if you please." Inside, the foyer exhaled the scent of overripe roses and coal smoke. The banker's residence was decorated in the ponderous excess of the nouveau riche, marble busts of indifferent workmanship, Turkish carpets overly bright for the dim London air, and thick, brocaded drapes that suffocated the windows like funeral veils. "Here," Griggs gestured us toward a room at the rear. "The study." We stepped into a chamber of muted horror. Before a crackling hearth, sprawled across a worn Persian rug, was the body of Horace Pendlebury, formerly of Pendlebury and Keene, financial advisors to the Crown and select private clients. His limbs lay askew, as though he'd been hurled down by some violent hand. A scorched leather-bound ledger was clenched in his right hand, blackened but oddly intact. Lestrade looked up from where he knelt beside the corpse. "Murder by all signs!" Or something more curious. Holmes crouched without a word. He extended his magnifying glass, examining the corpse's jawline, fingers, and the odd stiffness of the limbs. He sniffed delicately near the banker's mouth. "Watson," he said, "your medical opinion?" I stepped forward, removing my gloves. "There's no obvious trauma," I murmured after a cursory inspection. "Livor mortis is well established. Time of death would have been between midnight and 2, I should think. But look here, burns at the fingertips. Electrical in origin, perhaps?" Lestrade offered. Holmes stood suddenly, his expression unreadable. "No, not electrical. Chemical, alkaloid, I suspect. Note the soot around the nostrils and the faint residue at the corners of the eyes. He inhaled something corrosive. Poison gas, I said. Holmes nodded once. Very likely. The room's chimney flue has been tampered with. Close it at midnight, ignite the correct compound, and the vapors do the rest. A timed killing, Lestrade muttered, brows furrowed. Diabolical. Holmes, however, had moved on. He took the charred ledger gently from Pendlebury's fingers and laid it open on the desk. Though some edges had been blackened, the pages within had survived remarkably well. They were ruled in neat copperplate entries, each line recording loans, interest rates, and cryptic initials. Notice anything, Watson? I squinted over his shoulder. Several names have been obscured, ink washed out or scraped away. Look here. On this page, the corner is missing. Holmes tapped the lower margin, and yet not burnt. This page was excised deliberately, and quite recently. The singing was meant to distract from the theft. Lestrade looked perplexed. A cover-up? What could be so damning in a banker's ledger? Consider the victims, Holmes said. Pendlebury was not only a financier, but an intermediary in speculative development. His name has appeared before, recently in conjunction with the Holborn slum-clearance scheme. I felt a chill of recognition. The fires. Exactly, Holmes said. 6 buildings razed by mysterious blazes. 17 lives lost, all in properties recently purchased by shell companies fronted by Pendlebury's bank. Lestrade straightened. You're suggesting he was complicit in those deaths? Suggesting nothing, Holmes replied, his tone sharpening. But I suspect this ledger contains, or contained, names linked to that scheme. Names powerful enough to kill for their secrecy. At that moment, a cry rang from the hall. Detective, sir! A young constable stumbled in, breathless. There's someone downstairs. The maid. She's been hiding in the coal cellar. Holmes's gaze darkened. Bring her at once. The girl they brought forth was barely 20, her shawl soaked and face smudged with soot. Her eyes darted nervously, and she recoiled when Lestrade stepped toward her. Holmes knelt beside her, his voice soft. Miss, your name? Alice, sir. Alice Pritchard. You lived here? She nodded. 2 years. I clean and make his tea, and sometimes he'd have visitors. What sort of visitors? She looked up fearfully. Men in cloaks. Always late. They'd meet in the study. Never names, only numbers. Numbers? I asked. She hesitated, then reached into her skirts. From within her bodice, she produced a folded slip of thick paper, creased but clean. Holmes took it and opened it carefully. A list of codes. F23, D17, M3, A11. At the bottom, in scrawled script, red ink only, finalized by Michaelmas. Holmes looked at her. Did you see who left last night? No, sir. I was in the laundry room, but just after midnight I heard a clatter. Then a burning smell like cordite and sulfur. I ran to the cellar. I thought the house was afire like those others. You did well, Holmes said. He turned to Lestrade. See that she's protected. Lestrade nodded, giving the girl a rare look of sympathy. You'll be kept at a safe house, Miss Pritchard. Scotland Yard will see to it. As she was led away, Holmes returned to the desk. His fingers traced the indents on the removed page. Watson, do you recall the name Samuel Hargrave? The city alderman? Yes, he opposed the slum scheme at first, then abruptly reversed course. There were rumors, bribes, coercion, nothing proven. Holmes's eyes gleamed. He had means, motive, and access to Pendlebury. Lestrade exhaled. You think he's the missing name? Possibly, but someone else got here first. That missing page might still exist. Holmes closed the ledger. Tomorrow we visit Pendlebury and Keene. We'll need records, account books, and discretion. And tonight? I asked. Holmes's eyes settled on the sooty hearth. Tonight we speak with the Chimney Sweeps Guild. The sweeps? Of course. Who better to notice when a flue has been sabotaged from within? He picked up his coat and hat. And Watson, bring your revolver. The hour was past 10 when we found ourselves descending into a pocket of the city that most Londoners of standing avoided. The alleys behind Smithfield Market, where the soot ran thick in the air and the buildings leaned over one another like eavesdroppers trading secrets. Here, in a low brick building crusted with the coal dust of generations, the Guild of Master Chimney Sweeps maintained its headquarters. Holmes had sent a telegram ahead from the Pendlebury house, summoning the guild steward with one of his brusque but oddly effective messages. Urgent matter of fire safety and possible murder. Meet tonight. No delay. S.H. The door was opened by a stoop-backed man in shirt sleeves, face blackened in permanent hues from a lifetime in the flues. "Mr. Holmes," he said without surprise. "We've had your note. Name's Wiggins. Not the same as your irregular, but I knew him once." Holmes smiled faintly. "I remember. You ran with Tough Tom and the Easton Gang." "Aye, but I grew up," Wiggins replied with a grin that revealed broken teeth. "Come in, gentlemen. Got tea on." The inside of the guild house was both workshop and archive. Scattered around were iron rods, bristling brushes, and miniature ladders. In one corner stood a great cabinet stacked with detailed ledgers, hundreds of addresses, dates, and annotations meticulously entered by hand. "We keep records of every flu we service," Wiggins explained, motioning to the books. "Goes back to the Act of '77. Insurance companies insisted." Holmes wasted no time. "Pendlebury's residence, Kentish Terrace. Serviced recently?" Wiggins nodded. 3 weeks ago. Young Abel cleaned that one himself. Thought the setup odd. Double flue system. "Upper vent's been sealed near a decade," he said. Holmes turned sharply. "Sealed? Why?" "Old builder's mistake, maybe. Or maybe the owners didn't want heat escaping." Holmes paced, his brow creased. "Could someone have unsealed one flue, inserted something, a device perhaps, and resealed it without notice?" Wiggins shrugged. "Could be done. You'd need to be small and clever, or desperate." He called into the back room. A boy of no more than 14 emerged, hands black to the wrists and eyes quick as a ferret's. "Abel," Wiggins said, "tell Mr. Holmes about Kentish Terrace." The boy regarded Holmes with suspicion at first, then recognized something in his manner that set him at ease. "Big flue," he said. "Goes down straight, then splits. Found a draft where there shouldn't be one. There was ash, fine, white, not wood, chemical, like from fireworks." "Did you report it?" Abel shook his head. "Didn't want to lose the job." Holmes crouched to the boy's level. "Abel, do you remember if anything was wedged inside?" "A box, a tin, anything unnatural?" The boy nodded slowly. "There was a hollow spot, tapped it with the rod. Echoed wrong, but the next day it was gone." Holmes stood, his mind racing. "Who else has access to your service routes?" "Only us and the fire inspectors," Wiggins said. "And even they don't look unless we call for 'em." Holmes clapped the boy on the shoulder. "You've done splendidly, Abel, and you may have saved lives. Wiggins, see to it he's paid double this month." Wiggins grinned. "I'll take it out of the guild's bottle fund." As we stepped back into the frigid night, Holmes turned his collar against the wind. "Watson, there is a conspiracy afoot with roots deep in the city's chimneys and drawing rooms alike. Someone used that flue to deliver death, masked as an accident. But they made one misstep." "The ash?" I guessed. "No," he said grimly. "The missing page. They left behind just enough to make me curious. And I never sleep well when I'm curious." We walked in silence, the cold cobbles echoing beneath our boots. From somewhere down a side street came the sound of coughing, deep, wet, intractable. London breathed through such lungs. As we rounded the corner back toward Baker Street, Holmes paused. "Do you smell that?" he asked suddenly. I did. Faint, but unmistakable, the scent of singed paper and sulfur. We rushed the remaining yards to our door. Inside 221B, the fireplace was cold, but there, in the center of the sitting room floor, lay a single scrap of blackened paper. Holmes picked it up carefully. On it was written, in red ink, "Cease or be consumed." His face, so often a mask of impassivity, darkened with something I rarely saw. "They've made their first move," he said quietly. "Now let's make ours. Chapter 2. The House of Quiet Accounts." The morning after the warning appeared in our sitting room, Baker Street was glazed in a pallid frost. A weak sun burned behind clouds like steamed glass, and the clatter of hooves on the icy street rang out like distant musket fire. Holmes stood at the window, violin untouched, arms folded in a rare posture of tension. He had not slept. The scorched scrap of paper lay beside his untouched breakfast tray, its crimson scrawl seeming even more ominous in daylight. "Watson," he said at last, not turning, "do you recall what the Jesuits said of threats?" "I can't say I do," I replied, nursing my second cup of coffee. "Give me a child until he is 7, and I will give you the man." Much the same logic applies to intimidation. Establish fear at the outset, and you control the tempo. But they have misjudged me. "Quite badly," I said dryly. Holmes finally moved from the window. "Today, we visit the sanctum sanctorum of discretion, the offices of Pendlebury and Keene. I expect resistance, or worse. Come armed." I checked my revolver, placed it in my coat pocket, and we descended into the chill morning air. Pendlebury and Keene occupied a stately Georgian building off Threadneedle Street, across from the Bank of England. Its facade was modest for a firm that handled the fortunes of half the empire's lesser nobility. Stone columns, iron lanterns, a door of dense walnut with a brass plate no larger than a matchbox. Pendlebury and Keene, Est 1823. Inside, the contrast was immediate. Soft carpeting muffled footsteps, and the air smelled of beeswax and mahogany. A young man with flaxen hair and a clerk's hunched posture sat behind a small gate. "May I help you, sirs?" Holmes stepped forward. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Dr. John Watson. We are here on a matter regarding the death of Horace Pendlebury." The clerk paled. "Yes, tragic. Quite shocking. We require access to Mr. Pendlebury's office and to the company's ledgers for the past 12 months. I'm afraid such records are confidential," he stammered. "Mr. Keene is not currently in the office. If you'll leave a card..." Holmes flipped open his coat and extracted a sealed envelope. "This is a letter of authority signed by Inspector Lestrade, endorsed by the Commissioner. I urge you not to trifle with it." The clerk swallowed. "This way, sir." Pendlebury's office was on the 3rd floor, small, Spartan, and dark. Heavy curtains were drawn tightly over tall windows, and a thin layer of dust coated the desk. Either no one had dared disturb it since the news of his death, or they had been instructed not to. "Search methodically," Holmes said. "Ledger books, letters, journals, anything with annotations in red ink." I went to the filing cabinet while Holmes knelt beside the wastebasket. "Curious," he murmured. "Look here." I joined him. Inside the bin was a half-burnt envelope, its seal melted but legible. "Esh." The rest was gone, but Holmes tapped it. "Esh," he repeated. "Samuel Hargrave. I'd wager anything on it." He reached into the desk drawer. Inside were several small notebooks bound in Morocco leather. Holmes opened the first and hissed. "The personal ledger," he said. "Look, entries coded by initials, DA, LV, RH, and a series of payments labeled MM, urban divestment." I frowned. "Urban divestment?" "A polite euphemism for slum clearing, I believe. It appears our Mr. Pendlebury was more than a banker. He was a facilitator." Holmes flipped to the final pages. "Look here, this entry dated only a week ago. Special retainer from SH, protection fee agreed upon, Blackridge estate to be offloaded before year-end. Ledger marked accordingly." And beneath it, "Red ledger, copy B retained, original copy A stored per arrangement." "Copy B?" I asked. Holmes nodded grimly. "Which means the book we found was a decoy or a duplicate. The true ledger, copy A, remains hidden." Before we could speak further, the door behind us creaked open. A man stood in the threshold, a gaunt figure in a dove-gray coat with silver spectacles perched on his narrow nose. His mustache was so finely waxed, it might have been drawn with a draftsman's pen. "I am Mr. Keene," he said, voice smooth and cool. "Might I inquire what precisely you are doing with private company documents?" Holmes did not rise. "Investigating the death of your partner." "A tragic accident," Keene said, not blinking. "Gas leak, was it not?" Holmes rose slowly. "So I've heard, yet you seem remarkably unshaken for a man who has lost a business partner of 20 years. Keene shrugged faintly. "We were not close. Mr. Pendlebury conducted certain affairs I did not condone. I was a silent partner in all senses." "Silent, indeed," Holmes said sharply. "Tell me, where is copy A of the blood-red ledger?" Keene's face remained impassive, but his fingers tightened on the doorknob. "I don't know what you mean." Holmes stepped forward. "The name Samuel Hargrave appears multiple times. I believe he retained Mr. Pendlebury to orchestrate illegal property seizures. That ledger can prove it." Keene gave a mirthless smile. "Even if such a document existed, you would never be permitted to see it. There are laws, Mr. Holmes." "Laws designed by the same men who burn homes at midnight," Holmes said coldly. Keene stiffened. "I think we are finished here. Leave, or I shall summon a constable." Holmes stared into his eyes. "Then summon one." The silence between them was electric. At last, Keene backed away. "You may leave with what you've seen," he said. "But I assure you, you'll find nothing more." We exited into the street, wind biting at our collars. "He's hiding something," I said. "Indeed," Holmes replied. "He's terrified." We had scarcely walked a block when a small boy darted from an alley, tugging Holmes's coat. It was one of the Baker Street irregulars. "Reggie, fast and reliable." "Message for you, Mr. Holmes," he said, thrusting a folded slip of paper into Holmes's hand. Holmes read it, then gave a low whistle. "What is it?" I asked. Holmes passed it to me. "They meet tonight. Blackridge Lane. Warehouse number 5, AP." Alice Pritchard, I realized. Holmes's eyes glinted. "The heart of the conspiracy beats in the warehouse district, and tonight, Watson, we shall open its arteries." The afternoon faded quickly into twilight as we returned to Baker Street. Holmes was unusually silent on the cab ride, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin. He had a habit of retreating inward like a folding knife when the stakes grew perilously high. Back at 221B, he moved to the fireplace, removed the kettle from the hob, and replaced it with a small iron saucepan. From a locked box beneath the side table, he withdrew a vial and unstoppered it with a sniff. "Chlorate of potash and sulfur crystals," he said almost to himself. "We may need smoke before the night's end." I did not press him. Instead, I turned to the envelope Reggie had delivered. "Alice Pritchard," I mused aloud. "I recall you once said she worked in the registry of titles at the city archives." Holmes nodded. "Indeed. An admirable woman, sharp mind, keener instincts. She's been feeding me property records tied to Hargrave's holdings for the past 3 months. She's found patterns even I missed." "And this meeting tonight?" "Likely a gathering of Hargrave's inner circle. They'll want to coordinate damage control after Pendlebury's death, and perhaps dispose of other incriminating documents." "Like the true Red Ledger." "Just so." He snapped the saucepan off the flame, doused the mixture in a thick cloth, and folded it into a pouch. "I trust your revolver is still loaded, Watson?" "Of course." "Then dress warmly. We go as night rats into a den of wolves." Blackridge Lane, 10:45 p.m. The docks had emptied by the time we arrived, save for the occasional echo of chains and the lonely slap of river water against pilings. The warehouse district stretched like a forgotten lung along the Thames, its buildings silent and brooding. Number 5 was a low-slung structure with barred windows, its door recently reinforced with fresh timber. A flickering lantern cast distorted shadows across its facade. Holmes motioned for silence. We crept around the side, where a stack of rotting crates allowed us access to a broken upper window. Holmes boosted himself silently, then reached down to pull me after him. Inside, the building was a mausoleum of shipping crates and rusted pulleys. But light spilled from the far end, where an inner office had been repurposed into a meeting room. Through the slats of a broken vent, we peered down. 6 men sat around a table strewn with maps and documents. Among them we recognized Mr. Keene, his spectacles glinting, and a wide, balding figure in a velvet coat with a voice like gravel. "Samuel Hargrave," Holmes whispered. "Finally." Hargrave slammed his fist on the table. "We can't afford hesitation. Pendlebury was sloppy. If Holmes gets wind of what's in that ledger..." Keene interrupted coolly. "He already has. He came to the office today. He saw the decoy books, but the real ledger remains hidden. No one knows where copy A is but me." Another man, thin and nervous, leaned forward. "And you've destroyed it?" Keene hesitated. Hargrave growled. "Don't tell me it still exists." Keene's jaw tightened. "I will handle it." A new voice broke in, a woman's. A figure in a long coat stepped from the shadows at the far end of the room. "We're long past the point of subtlety," she said. Her voice was familiar. Honey over steel. "You need a fire." Holmes stiffened beside me. "Moriarty's lieutenant," he whispered. "Isadora Klein." I remembered her from years before, a scandal in Vienna involving poison, jewels, and a railway schedule. She had vanished since. "They're rebuilding the web," Holmes said. "Moriarty's lieutenants, reassembling their empire through land, finance, and blood." "Below," Hargrave nodded. "Then we torch the ledgers, Pendlebury's, Keene's, all of them. We'll clear out the safe houses, silence the sweep boy, and burn Blackridge Estate to the ground before Holmes even finds it." My hand went to my revolver, but Holmes caught my arm. "Not yet," he mouthed. Suddenly, a dog barked outside. Then another. The air shifted. Isadora turned to the door. "Someone's here." Holmes grabbed my shoulder and pulled me back from the vent. We dropped to the floor behind the crates just as a lantern's glow swept across the warehouse floor. Men fanned out, pistols drawn. "This way!" one shouted. Footprints on the dust. We ran through a side corridor, up a collapsed stair over a gantry, but they followed, closer now. We reached a shattered window and leapt. Holmes landed and rolled. I struck a low crate and staggered. Behind us, bullets shattered glass. "This way!" Holmes shouted, leading us into the alley. At the far end, a shadow peeled off from the brick wall. It was Reggie, the irregular. "Got the cab waiting," he cried. Moments later, we burst into the hackney, slammed the door, and rattled off into the fog. Behind us, Blackridge Lane faded into darkness and smoke. Back at Baker Street, Holmes collapsed into his chair, hair tousled, coat torn. He held out the scorched pouch he'd carried since afternoon. "You brought the smoke bomb?" He smiled faintly. "Didn't need it, yet." I poured brandy for us both. "What do we do now?" I asked. Holmes leaned forward, eyes burning. "They're going to torch everything that ties them to Pendlebury's crimes, but I know their weakness now." He pulled the small ledger from his coat and tapped it. "Copy A still exists, and if Keene values his skin, he's hidden it somewhere Hargrave can't reach. And when we find it, we name them," he said, "one by one." Then, more quietly, "Tomorrow we pay a visit to Alice Pritchard. If anyone can trace the paper trail behind a blood ledger, it's her." Chapter 3. The Warehouse of Whispers. The next morning brought an eerie stillness to Baker Street, the kind that cloaked the city before the storm. Fog curled like a living thing along the windowsills, and outside, the usual clip-clop of hooves was strangely absent, muffled by the heavy, damp air. Holmes stood at the hearth, pipe clenched between his teeth, eyes narrowed against the rising smoke. A single sheet of foolscap sat on the desk behind him, Pendlebury's Morocco ledger, the entries copied out in Holmes's own careful hand. Each line was a cipher, letters, initials, odd sums, and that damning phrase again, "Red ledger, copy B retained, original copy A stored per arrangement." He exhaled through his nose. "There is a silence in the city, Watson, but it is not peace. It is orchestration." I stirred my tea absently. "You believe they've begun the cover-up?" Holmes turned, tapping out his pipe. "I believe they're already deep in it. Pendlebury's murder was not the opening act. It was the third or fourth. The earlier crimes have been cleverly buried, but now, with their loose ends singed at the edges, they will turn to destroying evidence. Which is why today we must find Alice Pritchard." "Will she help you again?" I asked. "She's already helped," he replied. "She just doesn't know how much yet." The city archives were a solemn affair. Rows upon rows of dusty tomes, ink-stained records, and clerks who moved like ghosts among the shelving. Alice Pritchard was no ghost. She sat behind a tall desk beneath a sputtering gas lamp, red hair braided tightly, sleeves rolled above the elbow. She looked up as we approached and gave a thin, tired smile. "Mr. Holmes, you cut it close. I was due to leave for lunch an hour ago." "I'll pay for supper if we survive the day," Holmes replied with a bow. She rose, motioning us to follow her past the central stacks and into a quieter alcove, where the shadows fell thickly. "I heard about Pendlebury," she said. "That's what this is, isn't it? You found the ledger?" "Only a copy," Holmes admitted, "but enough to trace transactions linked to multiple land clearances in Whitechapel and Southwark, all directed through shell companies, false titles, cutouts, and charities whose names change every 6 months." Alice nodded grimly. "It fits. I've been tracking something similar. I thought it was just clerical error until the third time the same tenements were sold and reclaimed in under a year." Holmes produced the ledger copy and pointed to an entry. "Here. MM, Urban Divestment. Do those initials mean anything to you?" She frowned. "There's a Merton and Marlowe Trust registered as a church-operated housing initiative. They bought up much of the Candlewick district before it burned last spring." "Burned?" I asked. "Electrical fire, supposedly. Except the insurance payout went not to the tenants, but to a private holding firm in the Channel Islands." Holmes's eyes gleamed. "Hargrave again." Alice pulled a folder from beneath her desk. "Here, I've been copying deeds, trusts, and cross-referencing land registry anomalies. Look at the annotations." Holmes opened the folder and studied the notes. Meticulous, color-coded dates matching several entries from Pendlebury's ledger. "This is extraordinary work, Miss Pritchard," he murmured. "You've done what most barristers couldn't in a month of discovery." She shrugged, though a flush touched her cheek. I kept thinking, what if someone was watching? What if this goes above city council? "It does," Holmes said. "Far above." He closed the folder gently. "Do you know a man named Horatio Keene?" Alice stiffened. "Yes, I saw his name once in the trust registration logs under a shell alias, H.K. Stroud. He signed the paperwork authorizing a property transfer to something called Company C. That deed, it's missing. Holmes turned sharply. Missing? She hesitated. I shouldn't have told you that. We're not supposed to report missing documents, but yes. I pulled the folder last week and the core record was gone, ripped clean from the binding. Just a torn stub left behind. Holmes stood. Then someone inside knows what we're doing, and they're trying to get ahead of us. A knock sounded from the front desk. A messenger boy, pale, nervous. For Mr. Holmes, he said. Holmes took the note, scanned it, and folded it silently. What is it? I asked. The warehouse burned down, Blackridge Lane, Warehouse 5, gone, along with any remaining evidence. Alice's face turned white. That was only hours ago. They're accelerating, Holmes said grimly, which means we're close. He turned to Alice. I need you to make copies of everything, your notes, your maps, your registry findings. Then hide the originals somewhere, even I couldn't guess. If they know about you, they'll come. She nodded, tight-lipped. Where are we going? I asked as Holmes moved for the door. To Southwark, he replied. There's one name in that ledger, B.L., that appears more than any other. I believe it refers not to a man, but to a place. Blackridge Lane? No. Black Lion Foundry, an abandoned smelting plant just beyond the river. And if I'm not mistaken, it's where the real ledger, the original, is being kept. Or was. The sky over Southwark hung low, heavy with soot and threat. The foundry stood like a carcass from another age, its chimney crumbling, its walls eaten by ivy and rust. We moved through a gap in the side gate and crept silently toward the back entrance. Holmes pushed the door open. Inside, the air was metallic and sharp with age. Light slanted in through broken panes, revealing shattered machinery and the remnants of furnaces gone cold. There, he said, pointing to a far corner. Half hidden beneath a collapsed girder was a steel lockbox, scorched but intact. Holmes knelt beside it, running a hand across the surface. No lock, just soot. He pried it open. Inside, wrapped in oilcloth and scorched at one edge, was a book, bound in faded red calfskin. Holmes exhaled. The original ledger. He opened it, revealing line after line of transactions, far more detailed than the copy. Full names, signatures, addresses, payments tied to properties across London, and more tellingly, an entire section at the end labeled settlements. Holmes's eyes scanned faster and faster. Watson, look. I leaned in. The entries were more than financial. They were compensations, bribes, and burial costs. These aren't settlements, I said slowly. They're hush money. To the families of the dead, Holmes whispered. They paid off survivors to bury the truth. Then a soft creak echoed from above. We looked up. Just as a figure stepped from the catwalk, a pistol raised in gloved hands. I'll take that book, Mr. Holmes, said a cold voice. It was keen. Behind him, another shadow emerged. Hargrave. We told you not to dig, Hargrave growled, and yet you keep turning over graves. Holmes did not flinch. You've already lost? This book will bury you. Hargrave raised his weapon. Then I suppose it's time to dig yours. Just as the trigger twitched, smoke exploded at our feet. Holmes's smoke pouch set alight. We dove to the side. The bullet missed. Chaos erupted. Holmes tackled Hargrave as I fired at Keene, winging his arm. The ledger slid across the floor. I seized it. Holmes struck Hargrave hard enough to crack a tooth, and Keene stumbled, bleeding, toward the stairs. Then came the sharp whistle of constables outside. Holmes looked at me, panting. I took the liberty of sending Lestrade a telegram before we left. The doors burst open. Uniforms poured in. Keene froze. Hargrave was restrained, snarling. The Black Lion Foundry fell into silence again. But this time, the silence of justice closing its jaws. The sound of the constables flooding into the foundry seemed to pierce the chaos. And though the smoke from Holmes's pouch was thick enough to blur our vision, the law's arrival was a welcome respite. Lestrade, as sharp as ever despite his somewhat disheveled appearance, entered with his usual air of superiority, his brow furrowed beneath the brimming gas lamps. He wasted no time. Holmes, Watson, he said, nodding curtly in our direction. We've got them, I see. Keene's been caught at the back, trying to make an exit. Hargrave's down for the count. The rest of his men? Gone. Vanished like smoke. Holmes, never one to let the theatrics of the situation distract him, simply gave a slight nod of approval. His gaze was fixed on the ledger, still clutched in my hands. He didn't need to speak for me to understand that the real work was only just beginning. Holmes, Lestrade continued, his voice quiet now. What exactly have you uncovered here? The mess at Blackridge Lane was bad enough, but this. He gestured at the surrounding destruction of the foundry, the remnants of the ruined warehouse still smoldering faintly in the distance. What in God's name is this about? We're uncovering a conspiracy that goes far beyond what anyone could have imagined, Lestrade, Holmes replied, his voice sharp and controlled. A crooked banker, a land-clearing scheme, countless deaths, and all orchestrated by some of the most powerful men in this city. It's not just murder we're dealing with. It's the systematic erasure of lives. Lestrade raised an eyebrow, but there was no mistaking the edge in his voice as he looked at the ledger, still pressed in my hands. The ledger is the key to this entire affair. But what it reveals, Holmes continued, taking a step closer to the chest, is the very foundation of Hargrave's empire, the framework that has allowed him and his colleagues to purchase lands under false pretenses, silence dissent, and conceal their criminal dealings under layers of fake accounts and forged signatures. I looked down at the ledger in my hands, feeling its weight more profoundly now than I had earlier. This was no ordinary book. It was a silent witness to a dozen murders, 100 families displaced, and an entire neighborhood systematically destroyed. "Do you know what this means?" Holmes asked, his voice quiet now but intense, leaning toward Lestrade, who stood by the door with his arms crossed. "The land transactions here, these are not merely about wealth. These men have manipulated the very fabric of society. A single stroke of ink has torn apart homes, lives, and entire communities. And for what? Profit. Power." Lestrade glanced at the ledger, but his face remained impassive. "What do you intend to do with it?" Holmes paused for a moment, his lips curling into a small, almost imperceptible smile. "That's the key, isn't it, Lestrade? You see, we've already got the names, but there's one thing I'm still missing. One piece that could unravel everything." "Which is?" Lestrade asked, eyes narrowing. Holmes's eyes glinted. "The missing page." I blinked. "What do you mean?" Holmes turned to me, his expression grave. "One of the most curious things I've noticed about this ledger, Watson, is the careful removal of one particular page. Right here," he said, flipping open the leather cover and revealing a neatly torn section at the back, just before the final entries on the settlement figures. "There's a page gone, erased from history, it would seem." Lestrade peered at the page in question, brow furrowing. "You're telling me someone deliberately removed this?" "I have no doubt," Holmes confirmed, "and I believe that page is the key to understanding why Hargrave and his associates are so desperate to keep this ledger hidden. Whoever is named on that page, Watson, holds the true power, the one individual who stands behind this web of corruption." I felt a chill. The idea that the man or woman behind it all was so high above the fray was both daunting and invigorating. A single name, one that could collapse the entire operation. "What do we do now?" I asked, feeling the weight of the ledger pressing down on me like a final judgment. Holmes's eyes flicked back toward Lestrade. "You'll need to detain Keene and Hargrave. Bring in the rest of their associates. As for me," he stood straighter, his gaze piercing the dimly lit foundry. "We need to find that missing page. Someone close to Hargrave was involved in this. Someone who had the means to remove it." Later that afternoon, after several hours spent cataloging the evidence, Lestrade and his constables were dispatched to begin the process of rounding up Hargrave's network, while Holmes and I made our way to the residence of Samuel Hargrave. The house was located on the quieter side of the city, luxurious, sprawling, and silent. We arrived just as the sun began to dip behind a thick veil of mist, casting an ethereal glow over the rows of well-maintained houses. Holmes's keen eyes swept over the facade of the property, noting the guards stationed at the perimeter, the thick curtains drawn in the windows. There was a palpable sense of tension hanging over the place, as though the very house itself were holding its breath, waiting for the next move in this high-stakes game. "Well, Watson," Holmes said as we approached the iron gates, "this will be where we find our next clue. Hargrave's house, his fortress of secrets." The front door was opened by a butler who regarded us with a neutral expression, his uniform pristine despite the palpable air of fear that had settled over the house. Holmes stepped forward without a word, his expression unreadable. I followed suit. As we entered the foyer, the grandeur of the interior struck me. Mahogany wood paneling, intricate tapestries on the walls, and a grand staircase winding up toward the upper levels. But beneath the opulence, something felt off. The heavy atmosphere seemed to cling to the air itself, as if the house were not merely built with money, but with darkness, secrets woven into its very fabric. "Mr. Holmes," the butler said quietly, his hands trembling as he led us toward a parlor. "Mr. Hargrave is expecting you." Holmes's eyes narrowed, his hand resting lightly on his coat. "Is he now? I thought we'd arrived uninvited." The butler said nothing, only nodded and opened the door. Inside, Samuel Hargrave sat waiting, just his hands folded neatly on the table in front of him. His expression was unreadable, though there was a flicker of something, perhaps irritation, perhaps fear in his eyes. "Mr. Holmes," Hargrave said smoothly, rising from his chair, "I trust you've been making the most of your time, but I fear your pursuit of me ends here." Holmes gave a small smile. "Oh, I beg to differ. I believe it's just beginning." He stepped forward, producing the ledger from inside his coat. "You've been quite thorough, Mr. Hargrave. But I must ask, where is the missing page? The one that would make all of this clear?" Hargrave's gaze flickered momentarily, but he recovered quickly. "You think you can scare me with that? You have no idea what you're up against." "We're only at the beginning, Mr. Hargrave," Holmes replied coolly. "You've underestimated us." Chapter 4. Ashes and Signatures. The scene at Hargrave's residence had left a lingering taste in the air, like smoke that refuses to dissipate. Though the man's demeanor had been calm, almost too calm, Holmes's sharp observations had not gone unnoticed. The missing page was the key, but Hargrave's reluctance to admit its existence only heightened the mystery. As we exited the opulent house, the weight of the situation pressed down on me, the fog that enveloped the streets outside, mirroring the murky truths we were uncovering. "Holmes," I asked as we walked briskly along the cobbled streets toward our next destination, "what did you make of Hargrave's reaction?" "He knows something? But what?" Holmes, his hands folded behind his back, gave me a look that only deepened my confusion. "Hargrave is not as untouchable as he thinks. That house, Watson, that fortress, it's not merely to protect him from the likes of you or me. It's meant to shield him from something far more dangerous, someone who's closer than he realizes, perhaps even someone he trusts." I frowned, trying to make sense of his cryptic words. "A betrayal within his own ranks?" "Precisely," Holmes said, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. "Someone close to Hargrave is keeping secrets, Watson. They know more than they're letting on, and if they're not careful, they'll be exposed." Our next stop took us back to the Black Lion Foundry, the burned-out ruin where we discovered the original ledger. Though the structure had collapsed in parts, some sections of the building remained standing. It was as if the place were determined to hold on to its secrets, even as time slowly eroded its foundation. Holmes led me through the crumbling halls, his steps deliberate, as though he was retracing a path that had been written in the dust and ash of the past. "This place," Holmes remarked quietly, "has borne witness to far more than industrial work. There is a history here, Watson, and it is far from innocent." The smell of charred wood and metal still lingered in the air, though the fire had been put out days earlier. Holmes knelt beside the blackened remnants of what had once been a large furnace, his fingers brushing over the scorched metal. He stood up again, dusting his hands off. "I have a theory, Watson," he said, looking up from the wreckage. "I believe the missing page might not be missing at all. It's been deliberately destroyed, burned in this very furnace." I gave him a questioning look. "Destroyed? Why would they go to such lengths?" Holmes's eyes narrowed with a sense of purpose. "Because it holds something even more dangerous than the names of the conspirators. It holds a signature that would tie everything together. The names in that ledger don't just belong to common criminals or businessmen. They belong to men of influence who move like shadows through the corridors of power." The idea sent a chill through me. If the missing page was so vital, then its destruction had been a calculated move, designed to protect someone at the top of the chain. "But where does that leave us?" I asked, feeling the weight of helplessness creeping in. "We have no way of knowing who was behind this, no way of tracing who might have had the means or the motive." "Ah, but we do have a clue," Holmes said, a gleam in his eye. "If the page was destroyed here, at the foundry, then whoever was responsible for its destruction must have had access to this location, at least before the fire, which means... He paused dramatically, letting the words hang in the air between us. Keen, I said, suddenly realizing where his thoughts were headed. He must have known about the destruction of the page. He might have been the one to oversee it. Holmes nodded. Precisely. And Hargrave must have been kept in the dark. Hargrave trusts Keen. He's relied on him for years to manage his affairs, especially the more delicate ones. But Keen, Watson, Keen is far more than just a trusted partner. He's the key to unlocking this entire web of deceit. That evening, we found ourselves standing in front of a dilapidated office building near the docks. Its weathered sign reading Keen and Marlowe, Shipping and Commerce. The office looked as though it had been abandoned for years, its windows covered in grime, the door sagging on its hinges. But Holmes's keen eyes caught the faint flicker of light through the upper windows. "Someone's still here," he muttered under his breath. "And they're expecting us." We made our way inside, the air thick with the smell of stale tobacco and old paper. The interior was dimly lit, with shelves stacked high with ledgers, shipping manifests, and dusty crates. The air buzzed with tension. There was something decidedly wrong about this place. Holmes approached the front desk where a half-heartedly scribbled note was placed atop a ledger. "What is it?" I asked, leaning in. Holmes's lips curled into a smile. "A letter, Watson. A letter from Mr. Keen." I peered over his shoulder, reading aloud the message in the nearly illegible script. "Mr. Hargrave has moved his assets. The final stage is set. We meet tomorrow at the usual place. As for the book, it's safe. But the page, it's gone. Don't disappoint me." The words hit me like a slap. Safe? The ledger was safe, but the missing page had been gone for good. I glanced at Holmes, but his expression was unreadable. He held the letter for a moment longer before folding it carefully. "Tomorrow, Watson. At the usual place. That's where we'll find the answers we seek." I frowned. "The usual place? Where is that?" Holmes smiled faintly. "The location where all the pieces converge." By midnight, we found ourselves on the banks of the River Thames, the water lapping against the stone embankments in a rhythmic, almost hypnotic fashion. The sky above was a deep shade of ink, the only light coming from the flickering street lamps lining the path. The docks were quiet, save for the distant sounds of ships unloading and the occasional creak of wood on the river. Holmes stood motionless, his eyes scanning the shadows. "This is it, Watson. This is where they're hiding the final piece of the puzzle." I looked around, but the darkness offered no answers. "And what are we waiting for?" Holmes's voice was low, almost a whisper. "For them to make their move. They'll come soon enough. They always do." We didn't have to wait long. The sound of footsteps echoed in the distance, slow and deliberate. A figure emerged from the darkness, his silhouette barely visible against the fog. It was Keen, and he wasn't alone. Keen is only just starting. Keen's eyes narrowed as he realized the weight of Holmes's words. His hand, still buried in his coat pocket, seemed to hesitate. The large men behind him shifted uneasily, but they remained silent. "You don't know what you're dealing with," Keen hissed, his voice low with menace. "You think you've uncovered it all, but you're too far gone now. The game is far bigger than you realize. And you're just a player, Holmes. A player who's already lost." Holmes didn't flinch. He stood unmoving, his gaze unwavering, his posture as composed as ever. "If I've lost, then why are you so desperate, Mr. Keen? Why haven't you fled yet? You know what's coming." Keen's face twisted with frustration, but it quickly turned to a sickly, almost sadistic smile. "Because you're too late, Holmes. The real power is already in motion. You can't stop it now." Holmes raised an eyebrow, clearly unperturbed. "We'll see about that." With that, the silence between them stretched long and heavy. The fog, thickening by the minute, seemed to draw even closer, wrapping the scene in its eerie, suffocating grip. Keen stood there, his body tense, eyes darting from Holmes to the shadows beyond. Then, as if some silent signal had been given, Keen turned sharply to his two men. Without a word, they began to move toward the darkness, a retreat that could only mean one thing. They were trying to escape. Holmes didn't hesitate. In a blur of motion, he was moving after them, his footsteps swift and sure. "No, Mr. Keen," Holmes called out, his voice low but filled with authority. "This ends now." The chase was on. Keene is not one you can simply bluff your way through. Keene's lips parted as though he was about to say something, but before he could, a sharp noise interrupted the silence, a sudden rustle from the shadows, and then the unmistakable sound of boots crunching against gravel. Holmes's gaze shot to the source, his eyes narrowing. It was Lestrade, along with several constables, emerging from the mist like figures from a dream. The faint glow from the nearby lanterns illuminated their faces, casting long shadows against the damp street. They moved quickly and efficiently, surrounding Keene and his men before they could react. Lestrade's voice rang out through the air. "Holmes, you were right. We've got them cornered." Keene's face fell. The smug confidence that had earlier filled him had vanished, replaced with a raw, almost desperate expression. He looked around, seemingly weighing his options. But there were no escapes, no routes of retreat. "You?" Keene began, his voice shaking. "You've made a mistake." "On the contrary," Holmes said coolly, stepping forward. "The mistake was yours, Mr. Keene, and it's a mistake you'll pay dearly for." With a sharp gesture, Lestrade nodded to his men, and they moved in, quickly apprehending Keene and his two hulking bodyguards. The larger men put up a brief struggle, but the constables had the advantage in numbers and training. Within moments, Keene was handcuffed and led away, his expression twisted in fury. Holmes turned back to me, his usual calm demeanor settling back into place, as though he had known all along how the scene would unfold. "You see, Watson," he said, his voice smooth, "in this particular case, it wasn't just the ledger that gave us the answers. It was knowing the right person to approach. When you understand people, and when you know their weaknesses, the truth often comes to light in ways you might least expect." I watched as the constables led Keene down the street, his head hung low. The entire atmosphere seemed to shift. The tension had dissipated, replaced by the quiet certainty of a job well done. But Holmes wasn't finished yet. His eyes lingered on the horizon, his mind already racing ahead, calculating the next move. "We're not done, Watson," he murmured, almost to himself. "Keene is just one part of a much larger puzzle." Back at our Baker Street lodgings, the hour had grown late or early, depending on how you looked at it. The fog outside had deepened, shrouding the city in a soft, almost surreal haze. Inside, the fire crackled gently in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the room. Holmes was seated at his desk, the ledger spread before him, though this time he wasn't examining the torn pages. His attention was fixed on a new piece of the puzzle, the letter Keene had left behind, which Holmes had kept tucked into his coat. I leaned back in my chair, exhausted from the long day, but unwilling to relinquish the sense of purpose that had kept me awake. I had seen Holmes solve mysteries before, but this one had felt different. There were so many players, so many forces at work, and each new revelation seemed to only complicate things further. Holmes suddenly looked up from the letter, his eyes sharp with new focus. "I was right, Watson. There's more to this than mere land transactions. The people behind Hargrave, behind Keene, they're not just businessmen or corrupt officials. They're part of a far-reaching syndicate. They're connected to some of the most powerful men in the city." I sat forward, intrigued. "You're saying that Hargrave and Keene were just pawns?" Holmes nodded. "Exactly. And the final piece, the person who has been pulling the strings all along, is still out there. The real mastermind. The one who made sure that page was destroyed and that the true scope of their actions would remain hidden." I leaned closer. "Who?" Holmes's lips curled into a small, knowing smile. "That, Watson, is what we're going to find out, and we won't rest until we do." Chapter 5. The Final Signature. The morning after Keene's arrest, the fog hung thick over London, its damp fingers creeping through every crack in the buildings, clinging to the cobblestone streets like a shroud. It was as if the city itself was holding its breath, waiting for the next chapter of our investigation to unfold. Holmes had hardly slept, his mind whirring with the threads we had uncovered, each one leading to a deeper, more dangerous web than we had anticipated. I found him in our study, seated at the desk, scrutinizing a series of documents. The ledger lay open before him, its burnt edges no longer a barrier to understanding. He had reconstructed the names and figures that had once been obscured by the flames. The missing page, however, remained an enigma, its contents still a puzzle. "Holmes," I said, breaking the silence, I thought you might have had a better rest after last night, but it seems that once again, your mind is working overtime. Holmes didn't look up, his gaze fixed on the papers. Rest is a luxury, Watson, especially when we're dealing with an operation of this magnitude. We've only scratched the surface. There's more to this than the missing page or even Keene's involvement. It's much larger. The game, as they say, has only just begun. I walked over to the desk, my curiosity piqued. What have you found? Holmes slid a piece of paper toward me. It was a letter, hastily written, but unmistakably familiar. The handwriting matched that of the note Keene had left behind, the one Holmes had intercepted. But there was something else, an address, written at the bottom in a code that had been carefully disguised. This, Holmes said, is the key to everything. I scanned the note, my eyes narrowing as I deciphered the cryptic message. The meeting must take place before the first light of dawn. The warehouse near the old mill, number 36. Bring the ledger. We'll finalize the deal. Do not fail. Who is this written to? I asked, raising my eyebrows. And why such secrecy? Holmes's expression darkened. This is a letter to the mastermind behind this entire operation, Watson. Someone far more dangerous than Keene or Hargrave. A figure who has remained in the shadows until now, pulling the strings, orchestrating everything. They are the final piece we need to uncover. I felt a chill at his words. Do you think this warehouse is where they're meeting? The one mentioned in the note? Holmes nodded. It's likely. And I suspect it's not merely a meeting place. It's where the final transaction is taking place, where the last part of their plan is being enacted. The night was darker than usual, the clouds heavy overhead, obscuring the moon's light. Holmes and I stood across from the old mill warehouse, hidden in the shadows of a nearby alley. The building itself was an imposing, dilapidated structure, its windows boarded up, and its door a massive slab of rusted iron. Even in the gloom of night, the place gave off an air of desolation, as though it had long since been abandoned by its former occupants. But the faint flicker of a lantern inside told us that it was still in use. Holmes adjusted his coat and gave me a glance, his eyes sharp and calculating. This is it, Watson. The final confrontation. Everything has led us here. I nodded, feeling the weight of the moment pressing down on me. My pulse quickened in anticipation. After everything we had uncovered, it was hard to imagine who, or what, could be behind the conspiracy. Would we finally learn the full extent of what Keene and Hargrave had been involved in? Or was there a deeper, more sinister force at work? Holmes gestured for me to follow him as we crept closer to the warehouse, our footsteps muffled by the fog. We had no intention of confronting the mastermind immediately. Instead, Holmes had devised a plan to listen in, to gather whatever information we could without being detected. As we approached the warehouse, Holmes crouched down, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. "There are 2 men guarding the entrance," he murmured. "We'll need to find another way in." I glanced around, noting a small gap between the side of the warehouse and a crumbling stone wall. It wasn't much, but it could provide us with a way inside. "I'll follow you," I whispered, already feeling the familiar thrill of danger coursing through my veins. With swift precision, Holmes led me around the corner, and we slipped through the gap in the wall. The interior of the warehouse was vast, the shadows deep, and the air thick with the scent of stale wood and old machinery. We moved silently, our footsteps lost in the cavernous space, as we approached the far side of the building, where the flicker of light from a lantern illuminated the figures of several men gathered around a large table. Holmes gestured for me to stay behind a stack of crates as we peered into the room. There, at the center of the table, was the figure we had been searching for. A man whose face, for all our investigation, had remained a mystery. The man was tall, his frame imposing. He wore a dark suit, his features sharp and angular, and though his face was partially obscured by shadow, there was no mistaking the air of authority he carried. He was speaking in hushed tones to the men around him, his words clear, though his voice was low. "The deal must be finalized tonight," he was saying, his voice cold and calculating. "We can't afford any more delays. The destruction of the page is a setback, but it will not stop us. We move forward as planned. The land will be cleared, the people displaced, and the profits will be ours. No one will stand in our way." I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. This was it, the heart of the conspiracy. But who was this man? Holmes's whisper cut through the air. He's the one, Watson, the one who orchestrated the entire scheme. I strained to listen, trying to catch every word. But before I could ask Holmes who the man was, the figure turned, revealing his face in the dim light. The shock was immediate. It was none other than Sir Reginald Thorne, a name I had heard whispered in the most exclusive circles of London society. A man whose wealth and influence had long been known, but whose connections to shady dealings had always remained unspoken. Thorne was the last person I would have suspected. He had been a fixture in the highest echelons of society, known for his philanthropic work and his political connections. To think that such a man would be involved in something so sordid, so malicious, was almost beyond comprehension. "Reginald Thorne?" I breathed, barely able to keep my voice from trembling. Holmes's face was a mask of cold determination. "Yes, Watson." "And he is the one who has been pulling the strings. He has manipulated Keene, Hargrave, and countless others to secure his own interests. Interests that have cost lives." The realization hit me like a hammer. The land Keene and Hargrave had been buying up wasn't for development, as we had initially thought. It was part of a larger scheme to clear out the poorer districts of London, displacing thousands of people to make way for more profitable ventures. The ledger wasn't just a record of financial transactions. It was a map to the destruction of entire neighborhoods. Holmes and I waited until the meeting broke up, the men in the room beginning to scatter, moving toward the back of the warehouse. But Thorne remained, his back turned to us as he adjusted something on the table. "We've got to act now, Watson," Holmes whispered. "I'll confront him. You stay close and make sure no one else interferes." I nodded, adrenaline pumping through my veins. This was the moment we had been working toward. As Holmes stepped into the room, his figure suddenly casting a long shadow across the floor, I felt the weight of the confrontation settle in. Sir Reginald turned at the sound of Holmes's footfall, his brow lifting in mild surprise, though not fear. His sharp eyes, accustomed to backroom deals and political maneuverings, narrowed in recognition. "Mr. Holmes," he said, adjusting his cuffs with deliberate calm. "I wondered when you'd make your entrance." Holmes stepped forward, his voice even but edged with iron. "Your performance, Sir Reginald, was nearly convincing. The benevolent patron, the reform-minded gentleman, but your handwriting betrays you, as do your associates, when properly pressured." A faint smile tugged at the corners of Thorne's mouth. "You overstep yourself, sir." Watson and I stood at the ready behind Holmes, in case any hidden accomplices lurked nearby. Thorne remained composed, his fingers resting on the back of a high-backed wooden chair. The room smelled of dust and old coal. The glow of the lantern painted the crates and the floor with flickering orange, as if fire itself hovered on the edge of revelation. "You had Hargrave keep the ledger," Holmes continued. "You instructed Keene to destroy the page that held your name, your final signature, because you knew its survival would be your downfall. But now we have your letter. The one you sent to Keene, confirming the location and the plan. You sealed your fate when you assumed your secrets were safe in the dark." Thorne's smile widened, his tone condescending. "You really do fancy yourself a crusader, don't you? I have sat at Parliament with men whose secrets would drown your tidy little morality. What do you think you'll achieve with your revelation? The city needs men like me, Holmes. Builders. Visionaries, not those who cling to the decaying slums and fever-ridden tenements." Holmes raised a brow. "And so you remove them by force, by murder?" Thorne scoffed. "Collateral. You think change doesn't cost lives? Look outside, man. The world is shifting beneath your feet, and you're chasing phantoms with a pistol and a doctor." I stepped forward. "Then let the courts decide the cost of your vision." Holmes drew a small slip of paper from his inner coat pocket and placed it on the table before Thorne. "This is a duplicate of the missing ledger page, reconstructed by Hargrave's former secretary, Miss Aldwych, who proved far more observant than you gave her credit for. Her memory, you see, is precise. Every figure, every name, including yours." Thorne's face twitched. The name struck home like a blade between ribs. For a flicker of a second, the polished politician's mask faltered. "I wonder," Holmes mused, What your colleagues at the Home Office will say when they learn their friend has been engaging in arson, bribery, and forced displacement under the guise of urban reform. Thorne's fingers flexed on the chair. And what do you think this will change? He hissed. The rich will continue to build. The poor will continue to fall. You can't stop what's already in motion. Holmes's gaze was glacial. Perhaps not, but I can shine a light on it. And light, Sir Reginald, has a way of scattering rats. A sound behind us, the soft scrape of boots against floorboards. Lestrade and 2 constables entered, revolvers drawn, having circled round and waited for Holmes's signal. Holmes nodded to them. Sir Reginald Thorne, Lestrade declared, you are under arrest for conspiracy to commit fraud, destruction of property, and murder. As they moved to restrain him, Thorne did not struggle. He simply straightened his jacket and looked directly at Holmes. You've won this round, he murmured. But London is larger than your little crusade. Holmes turned away, already done with him. And its shadows, deeper than you imagined. Good evening, sir. By the time the sun broke over London's skyline, the fog had begun to lift. Holmes sat in his armchair, the morning paper folded neatly on the side table. I poured us each a measure of brandy, more for myself than for him, and sat opposite. It's done then, I said, exhaling. The arrests, the ledger, the charges? For now, Holmes said quietly, there will be inquiries, testimonies, cover-ups, no doubt, but Keene, Hargrave, Thorne, each will point to the other to save themselves, and in that, the full picture will be made public. He gazed into the fire, his hands steepled. But we must be vigilant. There are more like Thorne, always are, men who believe their money grants them the right to reshape the world in their image. And what of Miss Aldwych? I asked. She's been placed under protection, Holmes said. She'll be called to testify. I dare say she may prove more dangerous to Thorne than any judge. I nodded. She was brave. Holmes smiled faintly. She was essential. The fire crackled. Outside, the city stirred to life's more. The headlines would soon buzz with names and accusations, but here in our rooms, a strange peace settled. Temporary, of course, but real nonetheless. Holmes reached for his violin. And so ended the mystery of the blood-red ledger, a tale of shadows, signatures, and the perilous cost of ambition. But in London, as Holmes once told me, no case is ever truly finished. There is always the next. Sir Reginald turned at the sound of Holmes's footfall, his brow lifting in mild surprise, though not fear. His sharp eyes, accustomed to backroom deals and political maneuverings, narrowed in recognition. Mr. Holmes, he said, adjusting his cuffs with deliberate calm, I wondered when you'd make your entrance. Holmes stepped forward, his voice even but edged with iron. Your performance, Sir Reginald, was nearly convincing. The benevolent patron, the reform-minded gentleman. But your handwriting betrays you, as do your associates, when properly pressured. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Thorne's mouth. You overstep yourself, sir. Watson and I stood at the ready behind Holmes in case any hidden accomplices lurked nearby. Thorne remained composed, his fingers resting on the back of a high-backed wooden chair. The room smelled of dust and old coal. The glow of the lantern painted the crates and the floor with flickering orange, as if fire itself hovered on the edge of revelation. You had Hargrave keep the ledger, Holmes continued. You instructed Keene to destroy the page that held your name, your final signature, because you knew its survival would be your downfall. But now we have your letter, the one you sent to Keene, confirming the location and the plan. You sealed your fate when you assumed your secrets were safe in the dark. Thorne's smile widened, his tone condescending. You really do fancy yourself a crusader, don't you? I have sat at Parliament with men whose secrets would drown your tidy little morality. What do you think you'll achieve with your revelation? The city needs men like me, Holmes. Builders, visionaries, not those who cling to the decaying slums and fever-ridden tenements. Holmes raised a brow. And so you remove them by force? By murder? Thorne scoffed. Collateral. You think change doesn't cost lives? Look outside, man. The world is shifting beneath your feet, and you're chasing phantoms with a pistol and a doctor. I stepped forward. Then let the courts decide the cost of your vision. Holmes drew a small slip of paper from his inner coat pocket and placed it on the table before Thorne. This is a duplicate of the missing ledger page, reconstructed by Hargrave's former secretary, Miss Aldwych, who proved far more observant than you gave her credit for. Her memory, you see, is precise. Every figure, every name, including yours. Thorne's face twitched. The name struck home like a blade between ribs. For a flicker of a second, the polished politician's mask faltered. I wonder, Holmes mused, what your colleagues at the Home Office will say when they learn their friend has been engaging in arson, bribery, and forced displacement under the guise of urban reform. Thorne's fingers flexed on the chair. And what do you think this will change? He hissed. The rich will continue to build. The poor will continue to fall. You can't stop what's already in motion. Holmes's gaze was glacial. Perhaps not, but I can shine a light on it. And light, Sir Reginald, has a way of scattering rats. A sound behind us, the soft scrape of boots against floorboards. Lestrade and 2 constables entered, revolvers drawn, having circled round and waited for Holmes's signal. Holmes nodded to them. Sir Reginald Thorne, Lestrade declared, you are under arrest for conspiracy to commit fraud, destruction of property, and murder. As they moved to restrain him, Thorne did not struggle. He simply straightened his jacket and looked directly at Holmes. You've won this round, he murmured, but London is larger than your little crusade. Holmes turned away, already done with him. And its shadows deeper than you imagined. Good evening, sir. By the time the sun broke over London's skyline, the fog had begun to lift. Holmes sat in his armchair, the morning paper folded neatly on the side table. I poured us each a measure of brandy, more for myself than for him, and sat opposite. It's done then, I said, exhaling. The arrests, the ledger, the charges. For now, Holmes said quietly, there will be inquiries, testimonies, cover-ups, no doubt. But Keene, Hargrave Thorne, each will point to the other to save themselves, and in that, the full picture will be made public. He gazed into the fire, his hands steepled. But we must be vigilant. There are more like Thorne, always are. Men who believe their money grants them the right to reshape the world in their image. And what of Miss Aldwych? I asked. She's been placed under protection, Holmes said. She'll be called to testify. I dare say she may prove more dangerous to Thorne than any judge. I nodded. She was brave. Holmes smiled faintly. She was essential. The fire crackled. Outside, the city stirred to life once more. The headlines would soon buzz with names and accusations. But here in our rooms, a strange peace settled, temporary, of course, but real nonetheless. Holmes reached for his violin. And so ended the mystery of the blood-red ledger, a tale of shadows, signatures, and the perilous cost of ambition. But in London, as Holmes once told me, no case is ever truly finished. There is always the next. Chapter 6, The Ashcroft Society. The fog had scarcely lifted from London's skyline when Inspector Lestrade returned to Baker Street, his coat still glistening from the morning mist. Holmes was already seated at the breakfast table, nibbling at a slice of toast with what I recognized as that peculiar sort of absent-mindedness that only emerged when his thoughts had already outrun his appetite. Lestrade declined tea and stood by the window, peering out over the slow stirrings of Baker Street. Thorne's arraignment is set for Friday, he said. But there's trouble already. A man claiming to be his solicitor arrived within hours. High-priced, sharp-witted. The sort who eats cross-examinations for breakfast. Holmes's fingers steepled beneath his chin. Of course. Thorne's claws run deep. You can't unseat a man like him without tearing half the aristocracy in the process. Lestrade looked at us both. But that's not why I came. I thought you'd want to know what we found in the cellar of the warehouse. Holmes raised an eyebrow. Oh, Lestrade nodded gravely. Documents. Cases of them. Detailed ledgers, maps, and what looks like correspondences between several individuals. Some with titles. All stamped with the insignia of a private club, a red wax seal bearing a pair of scales crossed by a sword. The name kept coming up in the files. The Ashcroft Society. Holmes leaned back, eyes gleaming. Now that is interesting. Later that day, Holmes and I paid a visit to the British Museum's reading room, where we spent several hours poring through private club registries, society records, and peerage volumes. The Ashcroft Society appeared only obliquely in the archives. Founded in 1831, its stated purpose was to support the moral rejuvenation of the empire through strategic influence and reform. A bland description for what Holmes suspected was anything but benign. These societies, Holmes murmured as he skimmed an entry, cloak themselves in patriotic nonsense while manipulating economic levers and political offices from behind velvet curtains. The most intriguing detail came from a dusty ledger listing club memberships from 2 decades prior. The names included parliamentarians, shipping magnates, and financiers. One in particular caught Holmes's attention, Lord Franklin Ashcroft, the presumed founder, whose name had vanished from all public records after 1844. Faked death, perhaps? Or convenient retirement, I mused. Or something far worse, Holmes replied. Our next lead came from an unlikely source, Miss Aldwych. After her brave contributions to the reconstruction of the ledger, she had been placed in protective custody. But Holmes insisted she join us at 221B for a discreet conversation. She arrived late in the evening, cloaked and quiet, her eyes wary but determined. "You mentioned the Ashcroft Society?" she said as Holmes poured her tea. "I've seen that name before. When I worked for Hargrave, he kept a private ledger, not the one for banking transactions, but a red-bound book he hid in a false bottom drawer. It was full of names and payments, and every page had that seal in the corner." "And do you recall any names?" Holmes asked gently. She hesitated. "I remember one. Not from the bank, but from letters addressed to Hargrave. They were signed only with initials, A.D., but one envelope bore a return address from Belgravia, 14 Windsor Crescent." Holmes turned to me with a glint of excitement. "Watson, fetch the map." Within moments, we traced the address to a stately home belonging to none other than Algernon Darnley, a retired East India Company officer with extensive ties to the British landowning class. "It would seem," Holmes said, tapping the address, "that our Mr. Darnley is not as retired as he pretends." That night, under cover of darkness, Holmes and I paid a visit to Windsor Crescent. The house was dark, but a single gas lamp burned in the study. Holmes, peering through his small brass spyglass from the opposite side of the square, observed movement, a figure pacing, reading. "We won't get in tonight," he said, "but we'll come back. And not as burglars, Watson. We'll do it as men of letters." The next morning, Holmes penned a formal invitation to Mr. Darnley, requesting an interview for a fictitious journal on moral influence and the modern gentleman. The bait was taken. Darnley was a lean man, his skin sallow and lined, with thin lips and sharper eyes. He wore a suit tailored in a style 20 years out of fashion. His study, as Holmes had noted, was filled with old colonial maps, ancient weapons, and shelves upon shelves of society records. "You wish to learn of influence, Mr. Holmes?" he said, sipping brandy. "Then you must understand the foundations of empire, the ability to direct masses without their knowledge, to build progress without interruption." "Even if it costs lives?" Holmes asked coolly. Darnley chuckled. "Lives are the currency of civilization, Mr. Holmes." Holmes's gaze did not waver. "And the Ashcroft Society? Does it still meet?" Darnley's lips twitched. "You ask dangerous questions." "I often do." Darnley stood. "Our conversation is over." Back at Baker Street, Holmes retrieved the files Lestrade had let us borrow. Hidden within them was a folded map. A detailed layout of East London, marked in red and black ink. Several neighborhoods were circled. Dates were penciled beside them. "They're planning something," I said, horrified. "A coordinated clearance." Holmes nodded grimly. "Fires, likely, or forced evictions disguised as public safety mandates. Each district replaced with high-rent housing. The profits routed through shell banks and redirected to Ashcroft members." I looked at him. "So what do we do now?" He picked up his coat. "Now, Watson, we prepare for war." The days following Thorne's arrest were consumed by press scandals, parliamentary outrage, and a flurry of legal maneuvers. The public devoured the revelations like starving wolves. Yet behind the noise, Holmes had grown quiet, preoccupied, not with the spectacle, but with the silences in the case. "There are still names missing," he said one night, pacing before the fire. Thorne was not clever enough to orchestrate this alone, nor ruthless enough to erase that page himself. I looked up from the telegram I just handed him. "Then who did?" Holmes read the message with a frown. "This, my dear Watson, is from a name I had hoped I would never see again. Do you recall the Ashcroft Trust?" It stirred something faint in my memory. A charitable foundation, wasn't it? Connected to several city improvement schemes. "Indeed. But it's a shell," Holmes said, tossing the telegram aside. "One used to funnel money, obscure ownership, and manipulate development contracts. Behind it lies the Ashcroft Society, a cabal of industrialists and lords who control land, information, and policy under a veneer of respectability. I blinked. You suspect they're behind Thorne? I'm certain of it, Holmes replied, eyes gleaming. Thorne's ledger pointed to properties the Ashcroft Trust acquired for charity purposes, hospitals, shelters, orphan homes, but in truth, those sites were razed and sold to private developers. It's a laundering machine for political power. He stopped pacing and faced me. We must go to Ashcroft House. The mansion loomed like a black cathedral, set far back from the road behind wrought iron gates. A line of gas lamps barely lit its long facade, and each window was shrouded by heavy velvet drapery. A discreet crest above the entrance, an owl perched on a scroll, was the only hint of its ancient affiliations. Holmes and I waited in the alley behind the estate, coats drawn tight against the rain. It is said, Holmes murmured, that no minutes are kept in Ashcroft meetings, and no outsiders permitted past the library's double doors. But we are not ordinary guests. How do we intend to enter? I asked. Surely not the front door. Holmes smiled and gestured upward. The ash tree outside that second-floor balcony was planted in 1762. It's the only living witness to what's occurred in this house. And with that, he began to climb. We slipped through an open window into a darkened study. The scent of tobacco, leather-bound books, and old ink filled the air. Holmes moved with feline precision, crossing to a wall-mounted map of the city. He pressed his fingers to the frame. Click. The panel swung open to reveal a hidden shelf, lined with ledgers, dossiers, and wax-sealed envelopes. Holmes let out a breath. The real records, not what the public sees. He passed me a folder. Inside were land purchase contracts, bearing names we had seen in Thorne's ledger, except here, the buyers were listed not as individuals, but as numbered trustees, A4, C3, H1. There were notes scrawled in the margins, initials, phrases like no visibility post-clearance, and secure before session. This is a blueprint for manipulating Parliament, Holmes said grimly. A floorboard creaked outside the room. Voices. We must move, Holmes whispered. Bring what you can. We tucked the files inside our coats and slipped through the study just as two men, one in a silk cravat, the other in a fur-lined cloak, entered the hall. We remained still behind a curtain as they passed by, unaware of how close they were to being exposed. Holmes led us back to the balcony, where we climbed down and disappeared into the Kensington fog. Holmes laid the documents across the table like a general surveying battle plans. This, he said, is no longer about one crime. It is an ecosystem of exploitation. The Ashcroft Society controls votes, land, and even elements of the press. I stared at the names he had pieced together. Judges, MPs, financiers. Can they be brought down? Holmes was silent for a long moment. Then, not all at once. But cracks have formed. With Thorne's trial, more eyes will turn toward the shadows. We now have the means to force light into them. He tapped a file labeled Trustee A4. This is our next step. I opened it and froze. Inside was a photograph, grainy but unmistakable. Lord Halifax? I breathed. The Home Secretary? Holmes nodded. And he is only the first. Chapter 7. The Whispering Gallery. The morning fog clung low to the streets, thick as wool and laced with the bitter scent of coal smoke. It was just past 8 when Holmes and I descended the stairs of Baker Street, both of us dressed in darker clothes than usual. Holmes had insisted that we forgo our usual routes and walk rather than take a cab. We must remain unseen today, Watson, he said, adjusting his collar. The society will be watching for any hint of movement. We've rattled their cages. Now we must learn how many vipers slither within. And where are we going exactly? St. Paul's Cathedral. I blinked. A church? Indeed, but not for prayer. Beneath its dome lies the Whispering Gallery, a most remarkable acoustic phenomenon, and a favorite place for private conversations that aren't meant to be overheard. St. Paul's loomed before us, regal and silent under the wan light. We entered through the west doors with the quiet reverence of tourists, blending with the handful of worshippers and city men who had paused to warm themselves within. Holmes led us without hesitation up the narrow spiral staircase that coiled its way to the base of the dome. The Whispering Gallery was nearly empty, save for an old woman praying and 2 maintenance men oiling lamps. "We wait," Holmes whispered. "For whom?" "An informant, one of Thorne's former clerks. He sent word that he would only speak where no prying ears could listen. We stood in silence until, precisely at 9:30, a gaunt figure in a faded greatcoat appeared at the stairwell. His steps were tentative, and he clutched his bowler hat like a talisman. Holmes nodded once and gestured him toward the curve of the wall. They sat opposite one another, some 40 feet apart. The clerk pressed his lips near the stone, and despite the distance, his words came clear to Holmes' ear as though they were whispered into it directly. "It wasn't just Thorne," the man said. "There's a ledger that predates his. Black leather, no title. Every senior clerk feared it. I saw Lord Halifax's name in it twice, first under investments, then later under assurances. Where is it now? I don't know, but they mentioned the vaults beneath the Eagle. That's all I heard. Do you still have the note you sent me?" The man nodded and slipped a paper into an envelope, setting it on the stone floor. Holmes reached across the divide and collected it discreetly. Moments later, the clerk rose and descended the stairs. We followed shortly after, letting him vanish into the London mist before we emerged. Back at our sitting room, Holmes opened the note with surgical precision. Inside was a partial inventory, names, dates, and transactions, incomplete but damning. "This proves the Society's financial manipulation goes back at least 15 years, he muttered. I read over his shoulder. "Some of these names are judges, Holmes." "Indeed, and if these records are in the vaults beneath the Eagle, we must find them before they vanish." He pulled out a copy of Bradshaw's Railway Guide and began flipping pages. Eagle. Could it refer to the old East India Depot? Or perhaps the Eagle Insurance Company? No, wait, there's an Eagle Club. Private, exclusive, used to be in Southwark. And it has vaults? Old wine cellars from a dissolved priory, if memory serves. Converted for privacy and secrecy. A perfect place to hide something valuable. He snapped the book shut. "We leave at dusk. Bring your revolver, Watson." Dusk found us cloaked in the waning light, crossing Blackfriars Bridge with collars high and our steps cautious. The Eagle Club, once a fashionable retreat for officers of the East India Company, now catered to a more secretive clientele, powerful men with old money and dangerous appetites. We arrived at its iron gates shortly after 6. The building stood squat and brooding, its Georgian facade only dimly lit, and the brass eagle above the door dulled by decades of soot. Holmes turned to me. "Stay close. No heroics." I nodded, hand near my revolver. We entered under the pretense of requesting access to the private archives, claiming we were legal auditors from the city, Holmes producing a forged set of credentials so convincing even I blinked at them twice. The steward, a narrow man with deep-set eyes and the pallor of a cellar dweller, frowned but said nothing. "The lower vaults are sealed to members only," he said curtly. Holmes smiled with disarming charm. "Then you shall accompany us." Reluctantly, he led us past oak-paneled drawing rooms, through a narrow hall, and down a stairwell of flagstone steps. A sharp scent of damp and mildew struck us as we descended into the belly of the structure. "This used to be a priory's crypt," Holmes whispered. "These walls have heard secrets long before this society was conceived." At the base of the stairs, the steward produced a brass key and unlocked a wrought iron gate. Beyond it, rows of low-vaulted chambers stretched in each direction. Wooden cases, iron-bound trunks, and sealed ledgers lined the walls. "There," Holmes said, gesturing to an unmarked strongbox secured with a strange triple latch mechanism. "May we examine that one?" The steward hesitated. "That vault belongs to trustee A4. Holmes's voice lowered, steely and cold. "And as you've no doubt realized by now, we know who that is." A long pause followed. Then the steward, voice dry as paper, said, 10 minutes, no more. Once alone, Holmes dropped to one knee and produced a small device, part compass, part lockpick, and within moments had the latches undone. The lid creaked open, and there, wrapped in oilcloth, lay a ledger bound in black Moroccan leather. Holmes opened it carefully. Each page was numbered in Roman numerals, written in the same tight, elegant script: dates, payments, codes, and names. Many we had already seen. But here, new ones surfaced, among them Lady Valahurst, £8,000 dispersed for relocation oversight. Judge Harvin, £2,300 in assurances for rulings. M. Dunham, Ministry of Works, £11,700 under site clearance acceleration. And then, one entry stopped Holmes cold. Entry CXI, requisition of subject MH, date April 2nd, 1891, amount unlisted. Note to be neutralized via Reichenbach protocol. Authorization A4. I felt the blood drain from my face. MH? Holmes closed the ledger, his expression unreadable. Moriarty, they paid for his death, or claimed to. But you told me you and he fought to the death. That only one of you. I survived. He did not, Holmes said softly. But now I wonder, was it an accident? Or was I allowed to survive? We heard footsteps on the stone steps above. Holmes tucked the ledger into his coat. Time to go. The steward waited at the top of the stairs, his lips thin with suspicion. Did you find what you were looking for? Holmes's smile returned. Indeed, the rot is deeper than we feared. The man reached for a bell pull. I saw Holmes's hand shift toward his cane, and I instinctively moved to block the corridor behind us. But the man merely paused, sighed, and let the cord go. I've seen enough, gentlemen. May God help you. We left without another word. Holmes lit the fire and placed the ledger upon the mantel. This, he said, is our key to unraveling the society. Names, dates, proof of bribery, murder, and state corruption. I sat, shaken. And what now? Holmes looked out the window at the fog-covered city. We leak it, slowly, to the press, to Lestrade, to those few allies who still value truth over privilege. But first we must understand who stands at the center. He opened the ledger again. The initials match AD. We return to Darnley next. This time, not as scholars, but as adversaries. Chapter 8. The house on Windsor Crescent. Morning light broke gray and cold over London, its diffused glow barely warming the frost-rimmed windows of Baker Street. I awoke to the rattle of china and the low rustle of pages. Holmes, already dressed, sat in his armchair, leafing through the black ledger retrieved from the Eagle Club the night before. You didn't sleep? I asked, reaching for my dressing gown. Sleep is a luxury, Watson, when war is upon us. He held up a page. This entry confirms our next destination, Windsor Crescent, property held by one A.D. And you believe A.D. to be the society's central figure? Not just a figure, Watson, the architect. By mid-morning, the frost had turned to a steady drizzle, softening the edges of the city and draping everything in a film of damp melancholy. Holmes and I took the Underground to Hyde Park Corner and continued on foot. The bustle of carriages and umbrella-covered pedestrians muffled beneath the veil of rain. Windsor Crescent curled like a polished crescent moon along the edge of Belgravia, its Georgian townhouses pristine, identical, and discreetly guarded by high walls and wrought iron fences. Number 19 stood darker than its neighbors, curtains drawn, the garden unkempt, a blemish in an otherwise immaculate row. Holmes motioned for silence. We circled to the rear alley, finding a servant's entrance, gated but unlocked. Amateurs, Holmes muttered, and slipped inside. The house's interior was still, draped in dust and long shadows. We passed through a kitchen gone cold, then into a narrow corridor lined with portraits. Holmes paused before one, a stern man in a military uniform, his nameplate reading Algernon Darnley. A.D., I said. Holmes nodded grimly. Let us see what ghosts he left behind. The room was paneled in dark oak, the fireplace dead, but the scent of burnt paper still lingered. On a scorched writing desk were fragments of correspondence, letters half destroyed in haste. Holmes gathered the scraps like a collector restoring ancient papyri. Final disbursement approved, tunnels complete, Halifax remains compliant. Holmes read, eyes narrowing. He anticipated discovery, burned most of the evidence, but not all. I opened a cabinet to find more. Maps, engineering drafts, and minutes from a society meeting dated 3 months prior. A red circle marked a section of East London, Whitechapel. These tunnels, I murmured, they're not just for transportation, are they? No, Holmes replied. They were evacuation routes, for smuggling people, or disposing of them. This is where the vanished slum tenants went, Watson. We stood in silence, the weight of it all pressing down. A floorboard creaked above. Holmes's eyes snapped upward. We're not alone. He motioned for me to take the opposite door. As we separated, the front bell rang, once, then again, sharp and insistent. From the stairwell above, a woman's voice called out, Is someone there? Holmes stepped into the foyer as a figure descended the stairs. A woman in her 30s, hair bound tightly, her features drawn and pale. Miss Darnley? He asked. She froze. Who are you? Sherlock Holmes. I believe your father left behind a great deal more than just property. Her composure cracked, if only slightly. I know nothing of his work. He died 6 months ago. I only returned to collect his personal effects. Holmes held out a scrap from the desk. Then you'll forgive us if we don't believe that. This letter mentions you by name, M. Darnley to secure site until clearance by trustee C3. That's not a daughter's errand. That's a conspirator's. She paled. You don't understand. I tried to stop it. I thought if I stayed, I could destroy what he left behind. Holmes stepped closer. Then prove it. Show us what's still hidden. With trembling hands, Miss Darnley led us through a pantry and down a second set of stairs into a cellar lined with coal bins and rusted tools. At the far end, she moved aside a shelf to reveal a steel door. My father kept everything, she whispered, in case he needed leverage. Holmes picked the lock in seconds. Inside were boxes, dozens of them, filled with ledgers, audio cylinders, surveillance reports. Holmes's eyes lit with manic clarity. This is the archive. Every deed, every crime, every silence bought and voice buried. With this, the Ashcroft Society can be broken. Miss Darnley looked at us with a sort of bleak relief. Then finish what I could not. The cellar was suffocating, the air thick with the scent of mildew and something older. Holmes knelt beside the boxes, quickly scanning the labels, his fingers tracing the edges of the ledgers and files, as though he could feel the weight of every secret they contained. I stood at the door, the faint sound of the rain above us a constant reminder of the passing time. This is it, Holmes murmured, his voice reverberating with a strange mixture of excitement and grim resolve. This is where the Society's foundations are laid. Every transaction, every manipulation, every murder. These ledgers contain their sins. Miss Darnley, still pale and trembling, stood against the far wall, her arms folded protectively across her chest. I never wanted to be part of it, she whispered, almost to herself. But he, my father, he made me. Holmes looked up from the box he was sorting through. You were complicit, whether you wanted to be or not, he said softly. But you still have a choice now. You can help us bring them down. She nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. I never thought it would go this far, but I couldn't stop him. None of us could. Holmes's eyes softened for a brief moment, a flicker of understanding before the cold, calculating detective returned. He turned back to the box. If we're to expose them, we need to understand how this network operates. Every name, every transaction, they all tie together. Look here, Watson. He pulled out a smaller ledger from one of the boxes, its edges worn and faded. As he flipped it open, he pointed to a list of names and numbers. These are the key players, the ones who sit at the top, the ones pulling the strings. I leaned in, scanning the names. Lord Halifax, £50,000. Final payment for Whitechapel clearance. Sir Alistair Graves, £10,000. Investment in infrastructure. M. Dunham, Ministry of Works, £5,000. Land acquisition for reclamation. Holmes's finger hovered over one particular name, C3. Aha, he said with a satisfied grin. I've suspected this for some time. C3 isn't just a code. It's an individual, and one who has been operating in the shadows, the Society's architect, and we have yet to uncover their identity. I leaned in closer. But what does this mean? Who is C3? Holmes flipped through the pages with increasing urgency, his brow furrowed in concentration. C3 is linked to the same transactions, the same land deals, but there's nothing definitive. No name, just a series of codes and signatures. We need to find out where these codes lead. Miss Darnley stepped forward, her hands shaking. The ledger mentions a meeting place, she said, voice barely above a whisper. A location where they meet to discuss the next phase. It's in the notes, hidden in the margins. A place called the Black Hollow. It's on the outskirts of London. I never knew what it meant, but my father always spoke of it when he was upset. Holmes's gaze snapped to hers, his eyes sharp. The Black Hollow. We must go there immediately. This may be the final clue we need. The air was damp and cold as we made our way to the outskirts of London, the city's lights growing faint behind us as we drove through the foggy streets. Miss Darnley, now more composed but still visibly shaken, sat beside Holmes in the carriage. I sat opposite, my mind racing with the implications of what we might uncover at the Black Hollow. As we passed through the outskirts of the city, the familiar noise of London began to fade, replaced by the eerie silence of the countryside. The roads grew narrower, the houses fewer. until finally we reached a stretch of woods where the trees seemed to close in on us. "Are we sure this is the place?" I asked, peering out into the dark. Holmes nodded. "This is it. The black hollow lies ahead, deep within these woods." The carriage slowed, the sound of hooves muffled by the thick fog. As we neared the clearing, I saw it, an old, decaying manor, its windows dark and shuttered, standing as if abandoned for decades. "Here," Holmes said, motioning for the driver to stop. "We'll proceed on foot from here. Stay close." We disembarked, the air heavy with an unnatural quiet. The manor before us loomed like a ghost of the past, its decaying stones and overgrown ivy hiding whatever secrets it contained. We approached the manor cautiously, every creak of the floorboards beneath our feet amplified in the stillness. Holmes led the way, his eyes scanning the perimeter, noting every detail, every change in the pattern of the walls or the shifting shadows. "There's something here," Holmes muttered, almost to himself. "I can feel it." We passed through a grand entryway, its once gilded fixtures now tarnished with age. The hallway stretched into darkness, but Holmes's steps were sure, as though he had walked this path before. At the end of the hallway, a door stood slightly ajar. Holmes pushed it open, revealing a large room, dimly lit by the glow of a single candle on the far side. The air was thick with dust, and the floor was littered with scattered papers and broken furniture. Holmes stepped forward, his eyes fixed on a large map pinned to the wall. "This is it," he said quietly. "This is where it all began." The map was a detailed schematic of London, with specific areas marked in red. Holmes pointed to a section near Whitechapel. "First up, this is the heart of the operation, the slum-clearance scheme. The names on these maps, they align with the ledgers." I felt a chill run down my spine. "This is where they planned everything. The deaths, the land grabs," Holmes nodded. "Yes, Watson, and it's also where we'll find C3. Whoever they are, they've left their mark here." As we moved further into the room, Holmes's gaze locked onto a small desk in the corner. There, amidst the clutter, lay a final ledger, its cover black as night, its pages thick with dust. Holmes picked it up carefully, his fingers trembling with anticipation. "This," he said, holding it aloft, "is the key to everything." Chapter 9, The Unseen Hand. The room was suffocating, the walls seemingly closing in as Holmes held the black ledger in his hands. The faint flicker of candlelight cast eerie shadows across the room, dancing on the ancient map pinned to the wall. Every corner of the space felt like it was brimming with secrets, some of which, I feared, we might not be prepared to uncover. Holmes turned the ledger over in his hands, eyes narrowing as he examined it carefully. The binding was old, but the pages, despite the dust, were pristine, as if waiting to reveal something long kept hidden. "Watson," Holmes said in a low, almost reverent tone, "this is it. This is the final piece." I stepped closer, my heart racing. "What do you mean? What is this?" Holmes opened the ledger with the same deliberate care he applied to every piece of evidence. The first pages were filled with calculations, much like the earlier entries in the Society's ledgers. Names, amounts, dates, all meticulously recorded. But as he flipped through the pages, I saw something different. Unfamiliar symbols, cryptic notations, and, most disturbingly, several maps of London's underbelly. "This," Holmes said quietly, tracing a line with his finger, "is a map of the tunnels beneath the city, the ones the Society used for smuggling. And worse. Look here." He pointed to a symbol near the Whitechapel area, the same location marked on the previous map we'd seen. The symbol was unfamiliar to me, a series of intersecting lines that looked like some sort of code. It reminded me of something more sinister, like a sigil used in rituals. "This is a marking for a meeting point," Holmes muttered, one that was not recorded in any of the other ledgers. "Do you think this is where we'll find C3? I asked, a knot of unease tightening in my chest. "I believe so," Holmes said, his voice taut with anticipation. "But we must proceed carefully. The Society's reach is vast, and they'll be expecting us." Holmes didn't hesitate. He tucked the ledger into his coat, and without another word, we exited the decaying manor. The air outside was colder now, the fog creeping in like a blanket that swallowed the ground beneath our feet. We made our way to the nearest carriage, the wheels of the horse-drawn cart squeaking as we set off toward the East End. The city had already begun to settle into the evening's rhythm, the streets quieter than usual, as if something in the air had shifted. Holmes remained silent, his eyes scanning the fog as we moved deeper into the heart of London. I could feel his mind turning over every piece of evidence, every clue we'd uncovered over the past days. He was close, closer than ever to unmasking the true power behind the Ashcroft Society. As we neared Whitechapel, the atmosphere grew darker, more oppressive. The buildings here were older, more decrepit, their once grand facades now crumbling and decayed. We stopped near a forgotten alleyway, a narrow passage between two abandoned warehouses that had once served as the lifeblood of the city's industrial heart. "This is the place," Holmes said, his voice barely a whisper. "The tunnels are beneath us." We disembarked and made our way to a manhole cover in the middle of the street. Holmes knelt and used a crowbar to pry it open. The sound of the metal scraping against the stone echoed through the quiet street, and the moment the cover was removed, a pungent smell of damp earth and stale air hit us. "After you, Watson," Holmes said, motioning to the dark passage below. I hesitated only a moment before climbing down, my hand gripping the cold metal ladder. Holmes followed closely behind, his figure a shadow against the dark passage. The air grew colder the deeper we descended, the walls slick with moisture. At the bottom, we found ourselves in a series of narrow tunnels, the walls lined with brick and the floor uneven beneath our feet. A faint light flickered ahead, casting distorted shadows on the walls. Holmes moved forward with purpose, his eyes fixed on the dim glow. We followed the tunnel for what seemed like an eternity, the silence broken only by the occasional drip of water echoing off the stone walls. The further we went, the more claustrophobic the space became. Holmes stopped abruptly, his hand held up to signal me to remain still. Ahead, through a narrow opening, I could see the faint outline of a doorway, and the low murmur of voices carried through the walls. "We're close," Holmes whispered. "This is it." We approached the opening slowly, careful not to make a sound. Through the crack, we could see a large, dimly lit chamber, its walls covered in thick iron bars. The air smelled of burning incense, and there were candles flickering in sconces around the room. At the center, a large table was covered with maps, documents, and stacks of money. But it wasn't the wealth that caught my attention. It was the figures standing around the table. At the head of the table, a tall man in a dark cloak sat with his back to us. His face was obscured by shadows, but the unmistakable figure of C3 was present. Holmes's voice was a low hiss. "C3, we have him." Before we could make our move, a voice broke the silence. "I was wondering when you would arrive, Holmes." We spun around, startled. A figure stood behind us, emerging from the shadows with a confident, almost mocking air. "I must say," the voice continued, "you've been a thorn in my side for quite some time." It was a man I hadn't seen before, his features sharp and angular, his eyes cold and calculating. He wore a suit of fine black fabric, and a scarred hand rested casually on a cane. He stepped into the dim light, revealing a familiar face, one I had seen in the news but never truly believed I'd meet in person. "Algernon Darnley," Holmes said, his voice low with disdain. "The man behind the Ashcroft Society, or should I say, the architect of its darkness." Darnley smiled, his lips curling into a sinister grin. "I must admit, Holmes, you've been more persistent than I ever anticipated. But you're too late. The game is over." The room seemed to shrink as the tension thickened in the air. Holmes stood frozen for a moment, his sharp eyes narrowing as he appraised Darnley, the man who had orchestrated this web of deceit, violence, and manipulation. Darnley stepped forward, his polished boots clicking ominously on the stone floor. He adjusted his suit, the movement casual, but his eyes never left Holmes's face. "It's quite a marvel, isn't it, Holmes?" Darnley said, his voice rich with amusement. "The lengths one must go to in order to protect what is dear to them. What is necessary?" Holmes didn't flinch. He simply replied, "Necessary or convenient?" The smile that danced on Darnley's lips faltered for a fraction of a second, but only a fraction. "You misunderstand as usual. You see, Holmes, this isn't about what's convenient. This is about survival. There's a difference between what's moral and what's pragmatic." "Survival at the expense of thousands of lives?" I interjected, stepping forward, my voice trembling slightly, but carrying the weight of years of medical training, years spent watching men like Darnley destroy lives for their gain. You're no different from the very criminals you sought to destroy. You are the crime." Darnley's laugh rang out, bitter and cold, echoing through the chamber like a gust of wind. "You don't understand, Doctor. You're all so blind, so naive. The weak must be culled to make way for the strong. That's how the world works. It's how London works. Every city works like this, whether you care to admit it or not. You're all pawns in a game you didn't even know you were playing." Holmes's hand tightened around his cane, his lips curling ever so slightly as he stepped closer to Darnley. "And you, Mr. Darnley, are the one who believes he's a king. But tell me this. If your empire is so secure, why are you hiding in these shadows? Why did you think you could simply erase your tracks?" Darnley's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing as his mask of confidence cracked for just a moment. "You think I'm hiding?" he sneered. "You think this is about me? I'm the one who controls this city's very foundation. These tunnels, this network of people. You have no idea how deep it goes. There's no one who can stop us now." Holmes tilted his head, eyes glinting in the candlelight. "I don't need to stop you, Darnley. I simply need to expose you for what you are. The rest will take care of itself." For the briefest moment, Darnley's cool exterior flickered. Anger flashed behind his eyes, a glimpse of the man beneath the polished veneer. "You're a fool, Holmes. The society has already grown too large to be brought down by the likes of you. Nothing you do will change that." At that, Holmes's lips parted in the slightest of smirks. "Perhaps, but we'll start with you." As Holmes spoke, the room seemed to grow colder, the shadows deeper. And then I realized it. There was another presence in the room. I hadn't noticed it before, the way the darkness seemed to hold its breath, the silence so complete it was almost suffocating. A shadow moved at the far side of the room, and from it emerged another figure, tall, cloaked in black, with a hood that obscured their face. The figure stepped into the light, revealing a woman with sharp features, her skin pale as if drained of life. Her eyes were dark pools, cold and calculating. Darnley glanced at her, his face betraying no surprise. "Ah, yes! You've met Lady Eveline, I presume?" I blinked, trying to place the woman. The name rang a bell, but I couldn't recall where from. Holmes didn't flinch, but there was a subtle shift in his stance. "Lady Eveline," he said, the name now clicking in my mind. "The widow of the late Lord Ashcroft, the one who mysteriously disappeared years ago." Lady Eveline's lips curled into a cold smile, a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I see Holmes hasn't forgotten his history," she said, her voice smooth and chilling. "But it won't matter now. The society's reach is too wide, too powerful. You may have exposed part of our operations, but there are far more dangerous hands at play than yours." Holmes didn't respond immediately, but his eyes remained fixed on her, piercing through the cold exterior. "You're wrong, Lady Eveline. This isn't about power. It's about truth. And truth, no matter how buried, always finds its way to the surface." Darnley sneered. "You think you're the first to come after us? You think you're the first to try and expose the truth?" He looked at Lady Eveline, and there was an unspoken understanding between them, one that said they had more tricks up their sleeves. Lady Eveline's hand slid beneath her cloak, and with it she drew a small vial, its contents shimmering in the dim light. My heart skipped a beat as I recognized the substance inside. "Holmes," I whispered, a chill creeping up my spine. "That's poison," Holmes finished for me, his tone as cold as the air around us. "A rare compound, very potent. I suspect she's not afraid to use it." Darnley gave a wicked smile, leaning in slightly. "You see, Holmes, we've planned for every contingency. If we must, we'll eliminate any threat. Even you." Holmes's hand, which had been gripping his cane tightly, suddenly relaxed, and he straightened up, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous calm. "Then we are at an impasse." Lady Eveline stepped closer, her gaze never leaving Holmes. "It doesn't have to be this way. You could join us, become part of the new order. It's still not too late." Holmes tilted his head in that familiar manner, as though the proposition amused him. "Join you?" he repeated with mock curiosity. "And what would I gain from this partnership, Lady Eveline? The satisfaction of knowing I've helped bury my own conscience?" Darnley chuckled darkly. "You'd gain more than you realize. With Holmes, you'd gain power, influence, the ability to shape the world, to mold it as you see fit." Holmes stepped closer, his gaze never leaving the two of them. "I've no need for power. Influence, perhaps, but only to expose corruption, and it seems we are finally nearing the truth. Just as I thought the situation might reach a boiling point, Holmes made his move. In a single, fluid motion, he knocked the vial from Lady Eveline's hand, sending it skittering across the floor, the liquid splashing in all directions. The woman hissed in fury, reaching for a dagger hidden beneath her cloak. But it was too late. Holmes had already seized her wrist, twisting it behind her back and disarming her with practiced ease. He pushed her toward Darnley, his voice a low growl. "You'll need to do better than that." In that moment, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching from the tunnel behind us. More figures, more of the Society's agents, no doubt, were closing in. "Holmes, we need to go," I said, my voice urgent. "This entire place is about to collapse on us." Holmes gave a single grim nod, his expression hardening. "Then let's make our exit." Chapter X. The Unraveling Thread. The air in the tunnel was thick with tension as Holmes and I made our way through the dark passage, the sounds of distant footsteps growing louder by the second. We could hear the frantic shuffle of men behind us, their hurried movements betraying the sense of urgency with which they were closing in. Holmes's mind was already working 100 steps ahead, plotting our next move as if the situation were no more than a mere puzzle for him to solve. "We're not going to outrun them, Watson," he said, his voice steady but with an underlying edge of focus. "We need to take a stand." "Take a stand?" I echoed, my heart racing as the faint sounds of boots clattered behind us. "Holmes, we're being pursued by the entire society. Are you suggesting we fight them?" He glanced back at me, his gaze sharp, unflinching. "Not fight, Watson. Outthink them." We rounded a corner, the narrow stone walls of the tunnel pressing in on us, and Holmes halted, his brow furrowing in concentration. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out the small black ledger, the very same one we had obtained from Darnley's hidden chamber. He flipped it open, scanning the pages with a speed that was almost unnatural. "They'll be expecting us to continue to the end of the tunnel, where they believe there is an exit," Holmes murmured, his eyes tracing the map in the ledger. "But they've made an error. There's another way." I watched as Holmes's eyes darted across the pages, his mind connecting dots faster than I could keep up. After a moment, he looked up, his face illuminated by the faint glow of his lantern. "Follow me," he said with confidence, a spark of mischief in his eyes. Before I could ask any further questions, he took off down a side passage, one that, from my knowledge of the map, led to an older section of the tunnels. I quickly followed, the sound of my boots echoing off the damp walls as we moved deeper into the subterranean labyrinth. The tunnel we entered was far more decrepit, its walls covered in mildew and decay. The air was damp and stale, and the path became more treacherous as the uneven ground threatened to trip us at every step. But Holmes was unfazed, moving with the sure-footedness of a man who knew exactly where he was going. "We'll need to be quick," Holmes said, his voice low as he adjusted his pace. "The entrance to the old network is just ahead." The further we ventured, the more I realized that these tunnels weren't simply part of an underground smuggling route. They seemed ancient, forgotten even by those who had built them, and I began to feel a creeping sense of unease. What was the Society doing down here? What was it that they hoped to keep hidden so desperately? Holmes stopped at a particularly worn-down wall, his hand moving along the stone with practiced precision. With a swift motion, he pressed on a loose brick, and the wall shifted, revealing a narrow passage. "This," he said, stepping forward with a glint of triumph in his eyes, "is our exit." I glanced back, hearing the distant echoes of our pursuers. The footsteps were growing louder. They were close. We didn't have much time. "Holmes, we need to move faster," I urged, but he simply held up his hand, signaling for me to remain quiet. As we crept through the narrow passage, the air grew even colder, the walls now lined with a peculiar material that looked almost like thick velvet. After what felt like an eternity of winding through the maze, we finally emerged into a small, dimly lit room. The atmosphere here was dense with dust and a strange, lingering smell, an odd mixture of age, smoke, and something metallic. Holmes stepped cautiously forward, his eyes darting around the space as though expecting something, or someone, to jump out at any moment. "This is a safe house of sorts," he muttered, more to himself than to me. a place where the society once hid its more delicate transactions. It's been abandoned for years, but the ledger suggests that they may have kept records here. The room itself was sparse, furniture long disintegrated into dust. Old crates and boxes lined the walls, many of which had been left undisturbed. But in the far corner, a metal chest caught my eye. It looked recent compared to everything else, a modern touch amidst the decay. Without waiting for a second thought, Holmes moved toward the chest and knelt beside it, his fingers working quickly to unlock it. A click echoed in the room, and the chest creaked open. Inside, to my surprise, were stacks of neatly organized papers, far more recent than anything we'd seen in the tunnels before. A few maps of London, some names, and a collection of photographs, all of them taken in the last year. Holmes quickly rifled through the papers, his eyes scanning each one with a practiced ease. "Here it is," he said, pulling a particularly large envelope from the pile. The seal was broken, and inside were more names, along with detailed plans for the clearing of entire neighborhoods, complete with dates and locations. "This is it, Watson," Holmes murmured, his voice dark with realization. "The Society has been planning the destruction of entire districts of London for years. This is the evidence we needed." I stepped closer, scanning the documents with him. As I read through the pages, a sense of dread began to settle over me. There were names, powerful names, familiar names, people we had both seen in the news, involved in high society, politics, even law enforcement. But the most disturbing detail was the plan itself, the violent displacement of thousands of families orchestrated under the guise of urban renewal, yet driven by profit and greed. Holmes's voice broke through my thoughts. "Watson, look at this." He pointed to one particular document, which was partially torn. The edges had been burned, but the contents were still legible. It was a list of individuals, names marked in bold, some crossed out, others circled in red ink. The most chilling part, however, was a note at the bottom of the page. One final name to be erased before the final phase. I glanced at Holmes, my stomach sinking. "You mean they've been systematically removing those who oppose them?" "Precisely," Holmes replied, his tone grim. "And now we know why C3 was so desperate to stay hidden. He was part of the cleanup effort." I looked back at the list of names, but my eyes were drawn to a single name at the very bottom, a name I hadn't seen before. It wasn't crossed out. It wasn't circled. It was simply written there as though it had been added recently. I leaned in closer, the shock hitting me like a physical blow. The name was mine. The passageway was oppressive, as though it too could sense the gravity of the situation. Every footstep we took seemed to echo louder than the last, the muffled sounds of our pursuers too close for comfort. Holmes, his back straight and his face unreadable, moved with the calm precision of a man who had spent decades studying not only the minds of criminals, but the very environment around him. The darkness of the tunnel pressed in on us, but it seemed to barely affect him, as though the shadows themselves feared his presence. I, on the other hand, felt the weight of the darkness pressing on my chest, my heart pounding. The distant echoes of the Society's men grew louder with each passing second. They were closing in, their boots clattering in the narrow confines of the underground labyrinth. "We're not going to outrun them, Watson," Holmes spoke quietly, as though he had anticipated this moment the entire time. "We need to be smarter than they are." I glanced at him, my breath ragged from the exertion of our hurried journey. "Smarter? Holmes, I'm not sure we have the time to outsmart anyone. We need a way out, and fast." Holmes paused, turning to look at me with that unshakable confidence I had grown so accustomed to. His eyes, always sharp, flashed with a sudden intensity. "We're not just going to escape, Watson. We're going to force them to follow us," he said, his voice low and steady. "We'll use the maze of tunnels to our advantage." I nodded slowly, though a sense of unease crept over me. How many times had we been here before? On the edge of disaster, about to be swept away by forces beyond our control, yet Holmes always seemed to have a solution. Always. But something about this felt different, more dangerous, more personal. We took a sharp turn, moving deeper into the catacombs beneath London. The air grew colder, the smell of damp stone mixing with the scent of decay. I could hear the distant drip of water somewhere in the dark, the only sound that seemed to offer any comfort in this oppressive silence. Holmes didn't seem perturbed by the darkness. His movements remained fluid, precise. His eyes scanned every inch of the stone, every crevice, every shadow, as if searching for something or waiting for something. "Holmes," I said, struggling to keep up, "how do you know where we're going?" Holmes did not immediately respond, instead pausing to examine a particular section of the wall. He reached out, his gloved fingers tracing a series of faint marks on the stone, worn down by years of neglect. Without a word, he pressed a section of the wall. A soft click echoed, followed by a slight grinding noise as a hidden door slowly creaked open, revealing another narrow passage. "This," Holmes said, stepping forward into the newly revealed space, "is one of the Society's hidden routes. They've been using it for years, running their operations in plain sight while hiding their tracks beneath the city." I followed him through the doorway, feeling the cool rush of stale air as the hidden passage enveloped us. The walls were thick with dust, evidence of years of disuse, yet everything seemed purposeful, as if someone had recently made sure this path remained accessible. As we walked deeper, Holmes continued his quiet monologue. "The Society has a vast network in London's underbelly: smuggling, money laundering, information trade. But above all, they are patient. They have waited long enough to build something that can't easily be toppled." I shuddered at the thought. And we're just walking right into it. Holmes's lips curled into a faint smile, though there was no warmth in it. "Exactly, Watson. You've been quick to catch on." The further we ventured into the underground maze, the more it became clear that this was no ordinary smuggling tunnel. The walls, once rough-hewn, now showed signs of meticulous design. There were doors, iron gates, hidden alcoves, more like the hideaway of an elite society than a simple network of escape routes. Holmes reached a small, unassuming door tucked into the far corner. He knocked twice, a rhythmic pattern, and a soft click followed as the door creaked open. Inside was a small, dimly lit room, the air thick with the smell of old paper and tobacco. "This is one of their safe houses," Holmes explained, his voice quieter now. "They used it to store sensitive materials, documents, agreements, the sorts of things they didn't want to risk keeping in more public spaces. The sort of things that could bring down governments." I glanced around, my curiosity piqued. The room was small but meticulously organized, with a large oak desk piled high with papers, maps of London pinned to the walls, and several crates stacked against the far corner. The place reeked of secrecy. Every detail screamed of careful planning, of a mind that thought many steps ahead of its adversaries. Holmes stepped toward the desk, his eyes immediately locking onto a large chest in the corner. It wasn't the most conspicuous item in the room, but something about its very presence seemed important. Without a word, Holmes approached the chest and knelt beside it. His fingers moved swiftly, almost reverently, as he unlocked the old brass clasp. The chest creaked open, revealing a collection of documents, stacks of them, tightly bound, neatly organized. "Here," Holmes muttered, pulling out a series of papers. "These are the records I've been looking for." I joined him, peering over his shoulder. The papers were disjointed at first glance, some of them little more than notes in shorthand. But as Holmes shuffled through the stack, I could see the importance of what was hidden there. "These," Holmes said, lifting one document in particular, "are the contracts, agreements between the Society and several prominent individuals. Some of these names, well, they'll surprise you, Watson." He paused for a moment, turning the page. Then his hand stilled. I leaned in. "What is it, Holmes?" Holmes's face had grown hard, his brow furrowed in concentration. "This isn't just about the slum clearance. It's about control of London itself, of its very foundation. Look here. These are plans for redevelopment, entire districts of London being razed to the ground." I felt the blood drain from my face as I read the documents in front of me. The names were unfamiliar, but the implications were not. The Society wasn't simply engaged in underhanded business. They were orchestrating an entire urban overhaul. This wasn't just about power. This was about reinventing the city for their own purposes. Thousands of lives would be destroyed in the process. As we continued to sift through the papers, one document in particular caught my eye. It was crumpled and torn at the edges, the ink smeared in places as if it had been hastily written. Holmes paused, his sharp eyes scanning the contents with unnerving precision. "Look here, Watson," he said, tapping the document. It seems there was a change in the plans. A new name was added to the list. I blinked, the realization dawning on me before the words fully registered. The name that had been added wasn't one of a prominent landowner or powerful political figure. It wasn't even someone with influence in the usual sense. The name was mine. "I don't understand," I muttered, feeling the room close in around me. "Why would they have my name on this list?" Holmes's gaze remained fixed on the document, his expression unreadable. "Because you, Watson, are a threat. You've been close to the truth for far too long, and now they see you as the last obstacle between them and their vision of a new London." A cold shiver ran down my spine. "But why would they want to erase you, too? You've been a step ahead of them all along." Holmes remained silent for a moment, his eyes studying me intently. "Perhaps they believe that once I'm removed, the pieces will fall into place. But they're wrong, Watson. It's not just about me or you. It's about exposing the truth behind everything they've done. And we're not finished yet." The door to the room creaked open. Footsteps we could no longer ignore. Holmes shot me a look, and without another word, he snatched the papers and stuffed them into his coat. He moved swiftly to the side of the room, where a hidden alcove in the stone wall revealed another passage, a narrow, winding staircase that led up toward the surface. "Quickly, Watson. We have no time to lose," Holmes urged. As we hurried toward the exit, I could already hear the sounds of the Society's men gathering outside the door. This would not be an easy escape, but at that moment, the truth, our truth, was in our hands, and Holmes, for all his brilliance, knew that there was no turning back now. Chapter 1. The Devil's Bargain. The cold, damp air of the London streets hit us like a wave as we emerged from the hidden stairwell, our footsteps muffled by the layers of mist that hung in the air. The city, under the shroud of early morning fog, seemed almost ghostly, a silent witness to the undercurrents of power and manipulation that flowed beneath its cobbled streets. For all its grandeur, London had become a labyrinth, with shadows stretching long over its most vulnerable corners. Holmes was already moving swiftly through the fog, his face set in that familiar, unreadable mask. I followed closely behind, my thoughts racing. The discovery in the hidden room had rattled me more than I cared to admit. It wasn't just the Society's machinations or the names on the list. It was the revelation that we were now not just witnesses, but active participants in a game whose stakes were far higher than we had initially understood. I caught up to Holmes as he turned down a narrow alleyway, one that twisted its way between old buildings, the faint light from the gas lamps illuminating only the edges of our path. He stopped at the entrance of an abandoned warehouse, his eyes scanning the area before he motioned for me to follow. "This place is a safe house," Holmes muttered, his voice low but urgent. "We'll lay low here for a while, and then we'll move." "I don't understand," I said, trying to catch my breath. "What do you mean? Move? Where are we going?" Holmes's expression darkened. "The Society won't let this go, Watson. They know we've uncovered their plans, and they'll be hunting for us. We need to keep moving and stay ahead of them." As he pushed the creaking door open, I felt a rush of unease. The warehouse was dark, filled with the scent of old timber and rust. The faint outline of crates and discarded equipment were scattered around, but Holmes wasn't concerned with the disarray. He moved deeper into the building, his eyes darting around as if searching for something. Or someone. We moved to the back of the warehouse, where a small room, illuminated only by a single flickering candle, awaited us. There, seated in a chair with a heavy overcoat draped over his shoulders, was a man I had not expected to see again. "Mr. Darnley?" I said, my voice laced with disbelief. Darnley, the crooked banker who had been found dead clutching the scorched ledger, was very much alive. The shock of seeing him there, in this remote location, sent a chill down my spine. His appearance was disheveled, his face pale, and there was an unmistakable air of desperation about him. "Holmes?" Darnley croaked, his voice rough as though he had not spoken for days. "I know what you've found, and I know why you're here." Holmes stepped forward, his sharp gaze never leaving Darnley's face. "I trust you have more information than what was on that ledger, Darnley. If you want to stay alive, you'll give it to us." Darnley's eyes flickered nervously to the door behind us before he leaned forward, lowering his voice. The Society isn't just a criminal organization, Holmes. They're planning something far bigger. The redevelopment, the land grabs, the power plays, they're all part of a much larger scheme. The name on that list, it's connected to them all. I felt my pulse quicken. What are you saying? Who's behind it? Darnley's hand trembled as he wiped his brow with the back of his sleeve. It's not just a group of elites. There's someone higher. Someone pulling all the strings. A person whose name is rarely spoken aloud. They call him the Architect. He paused, letting the words sink in. I don't know who he is, but I know this. He's the one who holds all the cards. Holmes studied him carefully, his gaze penetrating. And you've been involved with this Architect? Darnley swallowed hard, his face filled with regret. I didn't have a choice. I was in too deep. The money, the promises of power, it all seemed so easy. But now I see it for what it is. The Architect has a vision for this city, and it's not one that includes anyone but himself. I took a step forward, my mind spinning with the implications. So the land clearance, the murders, the families displaced, it's all part of a plan to rebuild London in someone's image. But why? What's the end game? Darnley looked at us both with wide, terrified eyes. I don't know everything, but I do know this. The Architect's plan involves more than just wealth. He's after something bigger, control, complete control over the city, its people, its resources. He's playing a long game, Holmes, a game we haven't even begun to understand. Holmes stood still for a long moment, his brow furrowed in thought. His mind was undoubtedly racing, piecing together the puzzle in ways I could not yet comprehend. You're not out of this yet, Darnley, Holmes said, his voice cold but measured. The Society won't just let you walk away. They'll find you, and when they do, it won't be a simple matter of slipping back into the shadows. Darnley's face crumpled with fear. I know. I've seen what they can do, Holmes. They don't care about anything, anyone, and now that you've found out what's going on, they'll stop at nothing to silence you both. Holmes nodded, his expression unreadable. That's exactly what we're counting on. As the night stretched on, Darnley continued to speak, his words tumbling out in an endless stream of half-truths and admissions. Some were useful, others were self-serving, but through it all, one thing became clear. He was afraid. Not just of the Society, but of the man who controlled it all, the Architect. After some time, Holmes stood up, his posture stiff, his mind clearly at work. We're going to need more than just Darnley's word, Watson. If we're to get ahead of this, we'll need to know exactly what the Architect is planning. I nodded, but the question gnawed at me. How do we even begin to track down a man who doesn't seem to exist in any public record? And if the Society is looking for us, won't they just be one step ahead? Holmes's lips curled into a wry smile. That's where we use their own methods against them. The Society believes in secrets and shadows, Watson, but sometimes, in the dark, the shadows themselves reveal the truth. We'll find our way to the Architect, even if it means we have to follow the trail of blood he's left behind. The plan was set in motion that very night. We would go to the heart of the Society's operations, the very places where their power was rooted, and attempt to uncover the truth about the Architect. Holmes, ever the strategist, had already outlined our next steps. We were to follow a network of contacts that could lead us closer to the Architect's true identity. But as we gathered our things and prepared to leave the warehouse, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling in the back of my mind. Holmes paused in the doorway, his silhouette barely visible in the fog. Keep your wits about you, Watson. We're playing a dangerous game now, one where the stakes are far higher than you or I ever imagined. And with that, we disappeared into the London night, the fog swallowing us whole, as if the city itself had become part of the mystery we were trying so desperately to solve. The cold London fog wrapped around us like a blanket, thick and impenetrable. It was as though the very city itself had exhaled a breath, cloaking its streets and alleyways in an eerie silence. The chimneys of nearby buildings whispered with faint trails of smoke, but there was no warmth in the air. Only a creeping chill that seemed to settle deep into your bones. Holmes, ever unperturbed, moved through the mist with the same quiet confidence he always had. His sharp, focused gaze pierced through the obscurity ahead, his mind already working in overdrive. I on the other hand, felt as though I was wading through the fog both literally and metaphorically, trying to make sense of the morass of facts, half-truths, and shadows we had uncovered. I must admit, I muttered as we turned another corner and approached a narrow alleyway leading to the warehouse. I'm still struggling to comprehend the full scale of what we've uncovered. A clandestine society manipulating land deals, causing death and destruction, all for the purpose of rebuilding London in their own image? And now you're telling me that this is only the tip of the iceberg? Holmes's eyes flicked back to me, his face impassive, though his lips quirked at the edges. It's more than that, Watson. This is not just about wealth or land. It's about control. Control over this city's future, over its very pulse. They aren't simply redeveloping land. They're reshaping the very fabric of London itself, and they've been doing it right under our noses. I sighed, trying to wrap my head around the magnitude of the situation. But the architect, Holmes, who is he? A man who can command so much power. He can't just be some anonymous figure pulling strings from the shadows. There must be a name, a face, something. Holmes gave a small shake of his head, his expression darkening. That's precisely what makes him dangerous, Watson. He doesn't exist in any conventional sense. He is the embodiment of the system, the figurehead of the society. He is the one who pulls the levers from behind the curtain, and no one knows exactly where he is or who he is. But we're going to find out, one way or another. As we approached the old warehouse, its dilapidated exterior loomed out of the mist like some forgotten relic of the past. The building had once served as a manufacturing plant, but now its windows were boarded up and the roof sagged with age. Yet, beneath its exterior, it was still a functioning hideaway, something the society had used for its darker dealings. The door creaked open slowly under Holmes's steady hand, the sound reverberating through the stillness like an old groan of a dying beast. Inside, the air was musty, the dim light casting long shadows across the walls. I could feel the weight of the place, its forgotten history seeping into my consciousness. I had never been in a place like this before, a place where secrets lived and breathed. Holmes did not falter as he entered. His every movement was precise, purposeful. But it wasn't until we reached the back of the warehouse, where a small, hidden room awaited us, that I began to feel truly uneasy. There, seated on a chair in the dim candlelight, was a man I had only seen once before, Darnley, the crooked banker, the man who had been found dead clutching a burned ledger, and yet here he was, alive and trembling. "Holmes," I whispered, my heart skipping a beat. "What in God's name is going on here?" Holmes's eyes narrowed as he took in the sight of Darnley. His gaze shifted, calculating, before he spoke in a low voice. "Darnley is here for a reason, Watson, and I'm certain it's not a coincidence." Darnley's face was ashen, his hair unkempt, and his hands shook as he clutched the arms of the chair. His eyes darted to the door, as though he expected someone to burst in at any moment. "Holmes," he rasped, his voice hoarse and filled with an unmistakable sense of fear. "I never wanted any of this. But now it's too late. They'll come for you both. They'll come for all of us." I stepped forward, trying to make sense of the situation. "What do you mean, Darnley? You've been involved with these people, these monsters, for years. You knew what they were doing. Why are you so afraid now?" Darnley's eyes widened in terror, his face pale as he trembled. "It's not just the society anymore. It's the architect. He stopped, his eyes darting to Holmes. "I've told you everything I know, but you've no idea what you're up against. This isn't just about money. It's about more than that. He is planning something that will make all of this look insignificant. You can't stop it, Holmes. You can't stop him." Holmes's gaze remained fixed on Darnley, calculating as always. "I believe you, Darnley, but now, more than ever, you'll need to do more than speak in cryptic riddles. You're going to tell us everything. All of it." For the next hour, Darnley spoke, his words coming in broken fragments, as though he was reluctant to divulge the full extent of his involvement. He told us of the society's inner workings, of the deals they had made with powerful political figures, of the land deals, the demolitions, the families displaced without a second thought. But it was the name he dropped, the architect, that sent a chill down my spine. Darnley shook his head, clearly torn between his fear of the society and his fear of Holmes's pursuit of the truth. "The architect!" he whispered hoarsely. "He's been at the helm of all of this from the very beginning. He has his hand in every transaction, every piece of land. He controls everything. And he's careful, too careful, to leave any trace of his existence." Holmes leaned in closer. "You said you were involved with him. What exactly do you know about this man?" Darnley's eyes clouded over, and he took a long, shaky breath. "I don't know much. I've never met him in person, only through intermediaries. But I do know this. He's ruthless, and he's clever. His reach is far greater than anything you can imagine. You think you've uncovered it all? That ledger you found? That's just a small piece of his grand plan. He's already orchestrating the next phase, and if you don't stop him, it will be too late for all of us." Holmes's face darkened as he listened. "And what exactly is his grand plan, Darnley?" Darnley hesitated, his eyes flicking nervously to the door once again. He lowered his voice to barely a whisper. "A new city, Holmes. A new London. A London where he calls the shots, where the poor are pushed into the shadows and the powerful control everything. This," he gestured to the papers scattered across the table, "this is just the beginning." There was a sudden, loud noise, a crash from somewhere deep within the warehouse. The sound echoed like a warning. Holmes's eyes flicked toward the door, and his hand moved instinctively to the revolver tucked beneath his coat. Darnley flinched, his face now a mask of terror. "They're coming," he muttered under his breath, his voice breaking. "They're coming for us." Holmes moved toward the door, his hand pausing on the handle as he turned back to face Darnley. "We're not done yet," he said, his voice cold and authoritative. "You stay here. We'll find the truth. But if you value your life, you'll help us." Darnley nodded quickly, too afraid to argue. Holmes's gaze hardened as he turned to me, his face inscrutable. "We've no time to waste," Holmes said, his voice low and steady. "The society is closing in, and the architect, we need to find him before he finishes what he started." As Holmes and I moved swiftly toward the exit, the sounds of pursuit grew louder. I could feel the tension crackling in the air. Whatever game we had entered, it was now a deadly one. The stakes had never been higher, and the path ahead was shrouded in darkness. The fog outside seemed thicker than ever, the city streets swallowed up by the mist as we disappeared into the night. The weight of what lay ahead hung heavily over us. We were no longer just chasing a criminal. We were up against an unseen force. A man whose vision for the future of London was one of complete control, and who was willing to destroy everything and everyone in his path to achieve it. As we made our way through the twisting, fog-laden streets of London, Holmes's voice broke the silence. "It's not just about London, Watson," he said quietly, his eyes scanning the street ahead. "The architect's plan extends far beyond this city. It's the entire empire that's at stake now." And with that, the fog swallowed us whole once more, as we headed into the depths of a conspiracy that threatened to reshape the very world we knew. The fog clung to the streets like a heavy veil, wrapping around the figures that moved through the shadows of London's underbelly. The city seemed to hold its breath as Holmes and I made our way deeper into the heart of the labyrinth, each step, each turn, bringing us closer to the very core of the conspiracy that had enveloped us since that fateful day when Darnley's ledger had been discovered. There was no time to lose, no room for hesitation. Every moment we wasted allowed the architect to slip further into the shadows. It had become clear to me that this man, this unseen mastermind, was not simply the orchestrator of a financial empire. He was the very embodiment of power itself, untouchable, invisible, and yet everywhere. As we walked through the dense fog, I could feel the weight of the night pressing in around us. The streets seemed deserted, the usual bustle of London's nightlife subdued by the thick mist. The gas lamps lining the narrow alleyways flickered feebly, casting dim pools of light on the slick cobblestones. Holmes moved with purpose, his stride quick and assured, as though he already knew where we were going. "Holmes," I began, my voice barely more than a murmur beneath the thick blanket of fog. "What exactly are we looking for?" Darnley was frightened, more frightened than I've ever seen anyone. Yet he offered us little more than cryptic warnings. We know nothing of the architect's true identity or his next move. The game has shifted, but we've no clearer idea of how to play it. Holmes didn't look at me as he walked, his gaze fixed ahead, his mind clearly elsewhere. You're right, Watson, but that is precisely why we must act now, before we are entirely in the dark. The architect isn't just a figure of power. He is a symbol, a shadow that has embedded itself into the fabric of this city. His influence stretches into places we cannot yet comprehend. But there are always traces, Watson. Always. I glanced at him, his words lingering in the air, heavy with meaning. Traces, I echoed. What kind of traces? Holmes' lips curled into a faint smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. The kind that only the trained eye can perceive. There are remnants of this man's dealings everywhere. We need to find where he works, where he strikes from, and I know exactly where to look. We stopped in front of a building I had passed by countless times during my years in London, though I had never given it a second thought. It was a modest structure, tucked between two grander buildings, an inconspicuous shop with a faded sign that read G. Alder & Co., Fine Antiquities. A charming facade, but nothing to suggest any connection to the powerful forces we were now pursuing. Holmes paused for a moment, his hand hovering near the door handle, as if he were waiting for something. Then, without another word, he pushed open the door and stepped inside, his movements swift and deliberate. I followed him, my pulse quickening. The shop, though it looked empty at first glance, was filled with a strange energy, a sense of being watched. The door creaked as it closed behind us, and the sudden quiet was almost deafening. The air inside the shop was thick with the scent of dust and old wood. Shelves lined the walls, stacked high with what appeared to be ancient artifacts, strange statues, faded paintings, and pieces of furniture that had clearly been around for decades, if not centuries. But as I took in the surroundings, it became clear that this was no ordinary antique shop. Holmes stepped forward, moving with the precision of a man who had already mapped out his surroundings. He walked toward a corner where an ornate mirror hung on the wall, its frame carved with intricate patterns. But instead of examining the mirror itself, Holmes ran his fingers along the edge of the frame, as if searching for something hidden. And then, with a slight click, part of the wall beside the mirror slid open, revealing a narrow staircase leading downward into darkness. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Holmes, I said, my voice thick with hesitation. Is this some sort of hidden lair? Holmes turned, his expression unreadable. More of a passageway, Watson. A doorway to what lies beneath the surface. You'll understand in a moment. Without waiting for a response, Holmes descended the stairs, and I followed him closely, my hand gripping the banister as I tried to make sense of what lay ahead. The narrow staircase seemed to stretch on forever, the air growing colder the further we went. At the bottom of the stairs, we emerged into a dimly lit room. The walls were lined with dark wooden panels, and the faint smell of oil and old parchment hung in the air. The room itself was sparse, furnished only with a few old chairs and a large desk in the center. But it wasn't the room that caught my attention. It was what was on the desk. Papers. A mountain of them. Handwritten notes, blueprints, contracts, documents scattered across the surface, some partially burned, others hastily shoved into piles. It was as though someone had been interrupted mid-transaction, leaving their work behind in a frenzy. Holmes moved toward the desk, his fingers grazing over the papers. This, he said, his voice quiet but urgent, is where it all begins? Watson. I joined him at the desk, glancing over the papers. These aren't ordinary documents, I observed. These are plans for something larger, something dangerous, Holmes finished for me. He began to sift through the papers with methodical precision, his eyes scanning the contents quickly, piecing together the fragmented puzzle. These are land deals, contracts for demolitions, yes, just as we suspected. But look here, Watson. He held up a piece of parchment with a wax seal still intact. This is an order, not for a building to be demolished, but for an entire district to be cleared. Notice the language used, the term eradication. I leaned closer, my heart racing. Eradication? Are they talking about people? Holmes's jaw tightened. Precisely. The architect's plan isn't just to reshape the physical landscape of London. It's to wipe entire sections of its population from existence, to clear the way for his own vision. And what better way to do so than by making it appear as though these people never mattered in the first place? I felt a sickening knot form in my stomach as the weight of Holmes's words settled in. But who are these people? Why target them? Holmes scanned another document and then stopped, his expression darkening. This is the key to understanding it all, Watson. The names here, they're not just any people. They're those who stand in the way of the architect's power, the impoverished, the displaced, the ones who have no place in the world he intends to create. They are disposable. There was a long silence between us, broken only by the faint sound of rustling papers as Holmes worked through the pile. It was clear to me now that the stakes had shifted. We were no longer just trying to uncover a conspiracy. We were trying to stop a man who had already set the wheels of destruction in motion. I looked up at Holmes, my voice barely a whisper. What do we do now? Holmes stood motionless for a moment, his brow furrowed in concentration. He had the look of a man who had seen too much yet still wasn't ready to give up. Finally, he turned toward me, his eyes burning with a familiar intensity. We stop him, Watson, he said, his voice steady, resolute. We stop the architect, no matter the cost. But first, we need to find him, and we need to do it before he finishes what he started. I nodded grimly, knowing that the path ahead would be fraught with danger, perhaps more so than any case we had ever encountered. But there was no turning back now, not when we were so close. Holmes stood over the desk, his brow furrowed as his fingers danced across the array of documents. The silence in the room was oppressive, the dim glow of the single oil lamp casting flickering shadows against the cold stone walls. Each paper Holmes lifted seemed to reveal more sinister layers to the plan. The deeper we delved into the architect's machinations, the more intricate and dangerous they became. Watson, Holmes said, his voice low and measured, this is far worse than we thought. These documents outline entire neighborhoods set to be razed, entire blocks to be obliterated for the sake of progress. But it's not just about land. It's about control. Control of the people. He's erasing the past to create his own future. I felt a sense of dread tighten around my chest as I looked at the papers. The magnitude of what we were witnessing was unfathomable. An entire community, their homes, their lives, swept away like debris. The architect was not simply a man. He was an ideology, a force that could shape the very world around him without ever revealing his face. I glanced up at Holmes, my mind racing. But who is he? If we're so close to the heart of his plan, why haven't we found him yet? Holmes's eyes flickered briefly to the papers in his hands. We're looking for someone who understands the value of invisibility, Watson. The architect is a master of shadows. He leaves no trace, no sign that could lead us directly to him. But these documents, they are a thread, a means by which we can unravel his empire. He moved swiftly, his hands pulling more documents from the table and spreading them out before us. The society, the land deals, the victims, they are all pieces in the puzzle. But here, he said, tapping a specific sheet with a long finger, this is where the next move will occur. I leaned in, my heart racing. The paper before us was an intricate map, carefully drawn, with several locations marked in bold red ink. What is this? I asked, feeling a mix of confusion and excitement. A map of the districts he intends to target next, Holmes said, pointing to the marked areas. These neighborhoods are ripe for development. In other words, they are already set to be destroyed. But it's not just about buildings, Watson. These districts are home to people who pose a threat to the architect's vision. The wealthy, the influential, the powerful, all those who oppose his designs will be silenced. I felt a cold shiver run through me. He's not just erasing poverty, he's eliminating opposition, people who have the means to stop him. Holmes nodded, his gaze never leaving the map. Exactly. But it's not just those who are powerful enough to fight him. It's anyone who might stand in the way of his total control. And once these districts fall, his plans will be irreversible. This is where it all comes together. The air in the room seemed to grow heavier, as though the walls themselves were closing in on us. The gravity of our situation was becoming clearer by the moment. We were not simply chasing a criminal anymore. We were racing against time to prevent the transformation of an entire city, an entire society. The sudden intrusion. The moment hung in the balance, the quiet tension broken only by the soft rustle of papers and the distant drip-rip of water from a leaky pipe. I was about to ask Holmes where we should start when a sudden, sharp sound from the stairs above interrupted us. A soft, scuffling noise, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps descending. Someone was approaching. The weight of the situation surged in my chest, and I instinctively reached for my own revolver. But Holmes merely raised a hand, signaling me to remain still. The footsteps grew louder, closer now. And then, from the shadows of the stairwell, a figure appeared, a tall, gaunt man with a grim expression. His eyes flickered to the desk where we were standing, and then to Holmes, who stood motionless, as if awaiting his arrival. The man's face was familiar, though I couldn't place him immediately. His features were sharp, cold, and his eyes seemed to gleam with an intelligence that sent a jolt of recognition through me. Holmes spoke first, his voice calm yet carrying an edge of urgency. "I was wondering when you would arrive, Mr. Blackwood." The man, Blackwood, stepped forward into the dim light of the room. He was dressed in dark, well-tailored clothes, his face pallid from lack of sleep, or perhaps from some deeper ailment. His hands were clasped behind his back, his posture straight, though his expression betrayed little emotion. "I see you found what you were looking for," Blackwood said, his voice low but steady. "But you may have made a mistake in coming here." I watched Holmes closely as he took a slow step toward Blackwood, his gaze unwavering. "And what mistake would that be?" Blackwood's lips curled into a thin smile. "Thinking you can stop him." Holmes didn't flinch. "You know who I'm talking about," Holmes said. "The architect. You've been working for him all along, haven't you?" The tension in the room thickened as Blackwood's smile faded. He stepped closer, his voice taking on a darker tone. "I work for no one, Mr. Holmes. I simply provide solutions to those who need them." Holmes's gaze hardened. "You've been orchestrating the destruction of entire communities for the sake of a vision that doesn't belong to you or anyone else." Blackwood's eyes narrowed. "A vision that will save London from itself, Mr. Holmes. The city is rotting from within, and the architect is the only one who can fix it." I felt my blood run cold at the man's words. "You speak as if you're the hero in this, Blackwood, but what you're doing is nothing short of murder. You're erasing people's lives for the sake of a single man's deluded ideal." Blackwood's smile returned, though it was colder now, more menacing. "You still don't understand, Watson. This city is a machine, and sometimes to make the machine run smoothly, you need to clear the gears, remove the rust, eliminate what doesn't fit." His eyes gleamed as he looked back at Holmes. "But you'll learn soon enough. You'll both learn." Holmes's eyes flicked to the door behind Blackwood, his mind clearly working through the situation at lightning speed. He shifted his weight slightly, as if preparing for what might come next. "You're wrong, Blackwood," Holmes said, his voice unwavering. "This isn't about saving London. It's about domination. And we won't let it happen." For a long moment, there was silence between them, a palpable tension that seemed to stretch out into eternity. Then, with a sudden movement, Holmes lunged forward, his hand grabbing for Blackwood's wrist with inhuman speed. But Blackwood was faster than I anticipated. With a swift motion, Blackwood pulled a small dagger from his coat, slashing it in a swift arc toward Holmes's chest. Holmes's reflexes were quick. He twisted, dodging the blade. But Blackwood's eyes gleamed with malice as he tried again, his movements calculated and precise. I moved in an instant, drawing my own revolver and firing a warning shot into the air. The noise cracked through the room like thunder, causing both men to freeze for a moment. I took advantage of the pause, moving between Holmes and Blackwood, my hand still gripping the revolver tightly. "Enough!" I barked, my voice shaking but firm. "This madness stops now." Holmes's eyes never left Blackwood's, but I could see the tension in his jaw, the rapid calculation behind his calm facade. He took a step back, signaling for me to lower the gun. Blackwood, however, did not back down. He only smirked. "You think you've won, don't you?" he said softly. "But you're already too late. The architect's plan is already in motion. Even if you destroy me, it won't stop what's coming." Holmes stared at him, his mind churning as he processed the information. "We will see about that," he said, his voice icy. "We are far from finished, Blackwood, and you will not be the last to fall." With that, Holmes turned on his heel, moving toward the door, and I followed closely behind, my thoughts racing. Blackwood's words hung in the air like a heavy weight, but we had no choice now but to press forward. The game had escalated, and the stakes were higher than ever. Chapter 13. The Reckoning Looms. The fog thickened, swirling in heavy tendrils that seemed to claw at the edges of our minds, as if the city itself was conspiring to hide the truth. Holmes and I emerged from the hidden depths of the shop into the cold night air, our minds buzzing with the revelation of Blackwood's involvement. The encounter had only confirmed our worst fears. The architect's plans were already far too advanced, and we had barely scratched the surface of his twisted machinations. As we walked briskly through the fog, Holmes's mind seemed consumed by the labyrinth we had just uncovered, yet his face remained calm, his eyes distant, focused on the path ahead. I, on the other hand, could feel the weight of the case pressing down on me with every step. The lives of countless people hung in the balance, and the mysterious architect, elusive and ever watchful, was somewhere out there, just beyond our reach. "Holmes," I said, breaking the silence, my voice heavy with concern, "we've learned much, but we're no closer to understanding how far this web stretches. Blackwood's cryptic words, the destruction he spoke of, it's not just about land deals. It's about eliminating everything in the architect's path." Holmes turned slightly to me, his face unreadable in the gloom. "Precisely, Watson. Blackwood, though he speaks with conviction, is a mere pawn in the architect's game. We must find the man himself, and quickly. Time is against us." "But where do we start?" I asked, my voice betraying my frustration. "Every lead we've followed so far has been a dead end. We have no concrete evidence, only cryptic warnings and a few scattered pieces of a much larger puzzle." Holmes glanced up, his sharp eyes scanning the fog as if he could see beyond its veil. "The key lies within the system, Watson. This entire operation, these land deals, the destruction of whole neighborhoods, has one common thread: power. The architect is not acting alone. He is part of a much larger network. If we can identify the financiers, the politicians, and the others who are backing him, we will have a clearer picture of the forces at play." I followed his gaze, watching as the mist swirled around us like a living thing. "But how do we even begin to identify them?" Holmes's lips twisted into a thin smile. "That, my dear Watson, is the question we shall answer tonight." The quiet of the upper crust. Holmes's plan was simple, yet audacious. We were to infiltrate the private club of Lord Whitford, a man whose name had appeared several times in the documents we had uncovered. Whitford was known for his vast wealth, his connections to the highest echelons of British society, and his reputation as a financier with a hand in many shady dealings. If anyone could lead us to the architect's network, it would be him. The club itself was an imposing structure, tucked away in the exclusive district of Mayfair. Its facade was grand, a remnant of a bygone era when men like Whitford controlled the city's fortunes. We approached the entrance, the doorman eyeing us with a practiced, impassive gaze. Holmes, ever the master of disguise, flashed a confident smile and produced a small embossed card that he had somehow acquired during his earlier investigations. The doorman hesitated only a moment before nodding and stepping aside, allowing us entry. Inside, the club was a portrait of wealth and privilege, its dark wood panels gleaming beneath the soft light of crystal chandeliers. Rich velvet drapes framed the windows, and plush armchairs were scattered about, occupied by men in evening attire who were deep in quiet conversation or simply enjoying a drink. The air was thick with the scent of cigars and expensive spirits. Holmes's eyes scanned the room, taking in every detail. He seemed almost at home in this world of wealth and influence, as if he knew every corner and every player within it. I, however, felt out of place among the finely dressed men, my simple suit feeling like a stark contrast to the opulence that surrounded us. "We are not here to socialize, Watson," Holmes whispered, his voice low but urgent. "Stay close and watch for anything unusual." I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest as we made our way through the club. We passed through the main lounge, where hushed conversations held a tone of secrecy, then descended a spiral staircase into a more private area. The walls here were lined with portraits of past club members, their stern faces staring down at us as we moved. Holmes led us toward a secluded alcove at the far end of the room, where a door stood slightly ajar. He paused before it, listening intently for any sounds beyond. Satisfied that the area was clear, he pushed the door open. Inside, the room was dimly lit, and its contents spoke to the man who used it. Rich leather chairs, a polished mahogany desk, and a single window overlooking the sprawling city. The room was lined with shelves filled with books on finance, politics, and history, books that would be of great interest to someone in Whitford's position. "This is his study," Holmes muttered, stepping inside, his eyes immediately scanning the desk for anything of value, "and it will be our key to discovering the truth." I closed the door quietly behind us, my hand resting on the revolver in my jacket pocket as I glanced around, ever alert. Holmes was already rifling through the papers scattered across the desk, his mind working at a frenetic pace. He sifted through contracts, ledgers, and correspondence, but nothing seemed to stand out. "Holmes," I asked, my voice low, "do you think Whitford is directly involved with the architect?" Holmes didn't look up as he continued to work. "His name is everywhere, Watson. The land deals, the demolition orders, the pressure on local politicians to approve these schemes, it all leads back to him. But he is clever. He has made sure to keep himself at arm's length from the more questionable actions. He's the face of propriety, the charming financier. But like Blackwood, he is complicit in this, and he knows more than he is letting on." I moved closer to the desk, trying to make sense of the jumble of papers. One piece caught my eye, a letter, hastily folded and slightly crumpled. I reached for it, unfolding it carefully. The letter, written in elegant script, was addressed to Lord Whitford, but its contents made my blood run cold. It was a direct communication from the architect. The letter spoke of a final stage of the plan, one that involved eliminating any remaining resistance, including the people who might still oppose their vision. There were names listed, prominent figures in the city, who were to be targeted in a series of well-coordinated accidents. These were not just ordinary people, but those who had the power to derail the architect's progress. The letter ended with a simple phrase: "The time is now, and the city must be cleansed." I felt a surge of anger, my grip tightening around the letter. "Holmes," I said, my voice shaking with realization. "This is it. This is the final piece. The architect has given Whitford direct orders for what comes next. The cleansing of London isn't just about demolishing buildings. It's about silencing the opposition. They're going to kill anyone who stands in their way." Holmes turned to me, his expression grim but focused. "Exactly, Watson. And now we know that Whitford is the next key player. But we're still missing one critical piece of the puzzle: the identity of the architect. Once we know who he truly is, we can stop this madness before it spreads any further." We stood there for a moment, the weight of our discovery settling over us. But even as we prepared to leave the study and return to the streets, a sudden noise from the corridor outside interrupted us. The unmistakable sound of footsteps, quick, deliberate, and drawing nearer. Holmes's eyes darted to the door, then back to me, a flicker of something dangerous passing across his face. "It seems we have company, Watson. Let's make our exit quietly." The footsteps drew closer, echoing in the narrow corridor outside. Holmes's eyes never left the door. His body tensed, as if listening to the approaching sound of danger. I held my breath, my hand instinctively tightening around the revolver tucked inside my jacket, every sense heightened, every muscle coiled in anticipation. We had no time to waste. Holmes moved swiftly, his long fingers reaching for the dark velvet curtains by the window, pulling them aside just enough to peek through the crack. The room was not easily accessible from the street. It faced the rear courtyard of the club, a perfect vantage point for anyone approaching. He turned to me, his face a mask of concentration. "I suspect we've been discovered," Holmes muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. "That letter must have triggered something, Watson. Whitford won't take kindly to our intrusion, and we are likely not the only ones interested in this particular room." "Should we attempt to leave through the window?" I suggested, my mind racing. The fall wouldn't be fatal, but it would likely attract attention. Holmes shook his head slightly, his expression thoughtful. "No, Watson. The ground outside is likely covered with watchmen, and our exit would not be unnoticed. Besides, we need to be certain of the information we've uncovered here. The stakes have risen too high for us to be caught now." Before I could respond, the sound of a door creaking open echoed through the corridor, followed by hushed voices. Holmes's fingers flew to his lips, signaling for me to remain silent. Slowly, he moved toward the desk, closing the drawer of papers he had been rifling through earlier. He grabbed the letter, the damning correspondence between Whitford and the architect, and slipped it into his coat pocket with swift, deliberate motion. His actions were silent, practiced. I moved to follow his lead, glancing around the room for anything else of significance. A row of thick, leather-bound volumes caught my eye, their spines glinting under the dim light. Without thinking, I reached for one of them, drawing it out to discover that it was not just a book, but a safe hidden behind a concealed panel in the wall. "Holmes," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "There's a safe here." Holmes raised an eyebrow, a spark of interest lighting up his eyes. "Interesting. You have a keen eye, Watson. That could very well be the final piece of the puzzle we need." The footsteps outside grew louder, and it was then that I heard the unmistakable sound of a door opening directly in front of us. It wasn't just one set of footsteps, but two men approaching the study. Holmes's eyes narrowed, and he moved with uncanny speed, his fingers working deftly over the safe's lock. "We don't have much time," he muttered under his breath. "Help me move quickly, Watson." I stepped closer to Holmes, watching his hands as he manipulated the combination lock. The sound of the men's voices grew louder, muffled but clear now. One of them laughed, the low rumble of the voice familiar. "Lord Whitford's study," the man said, his tone rich with privilege. "Quite a place, isn't it? A perfect location to hold all his little secrets." "I still don't like the way he's been handling these deals," the second voice answered, more cautious and wary. "The architect is one thing, but Whitford's a slippery character. We'll need to keep an eye on him." Holmes's hands froze for a fraction of a second. "The architect," he murmured, eyes flashing with realization. "They know more than they're letting on. These men aren't just visitors, Watson. They are part of the network." His fingers moved once more, the lock clicking open with a soft, almost inaudible sound. Without hesitation, Holmes swung the safe door open. Inside, we found a wealth of documents. Maps, blueprints, financial records, and, to our surprise, a leather-bound ledger identical to the one we had found in the banker's office earlier. This one, however, was much more extensive, filled with precise transactions, names, and locations. Holmes grabbed the ledger, his eyes scanning the pages with incredible speed. The ledger was filled with lists of names, many of them wealthy and influential men, some of whom I recognized. The same names appeared again and again, seemingly connected to various land deals and questionable financial maneuvers. "This is it," Holmes muttered, his voice a mixture of triumph and apprehension. "This ledger contains the final map of the architect's plan, his financial backbone. With these records, we can expose him for good." But as Holmes flipped through the pages, I noticed something strange. A particular name, C. Harrington, kept cropping up in connection with several large sums of money and large land acquisitions. But it was the same name that had been carefully crossed out on the list, as if someone had gone to great lengths to erase it. "I knew it," Holmes whispered, his voice a low growl. "C. Harrington, the one name we could never trace. And now we know why. This person is central to the architect's operations." But before we could delve further, the voices outside the study had grown too close. Holmes's eyes met mine, a quick, silent exchange of thoughts and intentions. There was no time to waste. "We'll have to take this with us," Holmes said, his voice firm as he quickly stuffed the ledger into his coat. "It's our only chance at connecting the final dots." The door creaked open suddenly, and two figures stepped inside the room, silhouetted in the dim light. The first was a tall man, his face shadowed but recognizable. The man we had encountered earlier, the one who had spoken of Whitford's dealings. The second figure was shorter, his posture rigid, and his face covered in the shadows of a dark hat. "Gentlemen," the tall man said with a sneer, "I do believe you've overstayed your welcome." Holmes wasted no time. His body moved like a coil, snapping, his hand flying to the concealed revolver in his coat. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired a single shot into the air, a warning shot, loud enough to echo through the study and send a sharp tremor through the men in front of us. "Stay back," Holmes ordered, his voice unwavering. "I would suggest you not take another step." The two men froze, their hands hovering uncertainly near their waistcoats. The tall man's hand twitched toward a weapon, but I could see the hesitation in his eyes. "You're making a grave mistake, Holmes," the shorter man said, his voice calm but filled with venom. "You've just sealed your fate. Lord Whitford doesn't take kindly to thieves in his personal affairs." Holmes's eyes were unwavering. "It is not theft if you're stealing what has already been stolen from others. You're complicit in the destruction of innocent lives. I will not let you continue." For a long moment, neither man moved. The tension in the room was palpable, thick enough to slice with a knife. Finally, the tall man seemed to relent, lowering his hand from his waistcoat. "Then you're more foolish than I thought," he spat, before turning on his heel and leaving the room, his companion following suit with a final, disdainful glance. Holmes did not lower his weapon until the sounds of their retreating footsteps had faded into the distance. When he finally did, he turned toward me, his face as calm and collected as ever. "Watson," Holmes said, his voice quiet but fierce, "we are closer than ever. The architect is about to make his move, and now, thanks to these documents, we have the means to stop him. But there's no time to waste." I nodded, my heart still racing. "What now?" "Now, Watson, we go to the heart of the matter. We confront Whitford, and we find out everything he knows about the architect." Chapter 14, The Architect's Shadow. The night was far from over, but the fog that had clung to the streets now seemed to thicken, reflecting the growing sense of dread that hung over me. We had uncovered the architect's machinations, but even as we moved toward our next step, the puzzle pieces remained scattered, and I could not shake the feeling that we were being watched. Holmes and I emerged from the hidden study of Lord Whitford's private club, each of us clutching the newfound ledger. Our most promising lead thus far. Holmes had been remarkably calm throughout the entire affair, his sharp mind already plotting our next move. I, however, could feel my thoughts racing, the mystery growing ever more complex with every turn. As we walked through the darkened streets of London, the weight of the ledger pressed heavily in my coat pocket, its secrets whispering to me, urging me to understand the truth. I could not shake the feeling that we were on the verge of something far greater than mere financial corruption. This was a conspiracy that reached deep into the heart of the city, one that threatened to tear apart the fabric of society itself. "Holmes," I said, my voice steady but tinged with urgency, "how much longer can we avoid the architect himself? Everything points to Whitford, but the architect remains an elusive phantom." Holmes's eyes glinted with an intensity I had come to expect from him during the most pivotal moments of our investigations. "We cannot allow ourselves to be distracted, Watson. Whitford is but a piece of the puzzle, though a crucial one. If we can understand his role, we may be able to trace the path of the architect, but we must act quickly. Time is running out." We turned onto a narrow alleyway where the fog seemed to wrap itself around us like a shroud. The world around us felt suspended in a haze of uncertainty, but Holmes, as always, was unflinching in his pursuit of the truth. We were close, closer than we had ever been. The heart of darkness. We arrived at our destination shortly thereafter, a seemingly inconspicuous townhouse near the river's edge. It was the address of one of the men mentioned in the ledger, a man by the name of Charles Harrington. According to the records, Harrington was a financier deeply involved in the land deals, one of the men whose connections had supported the architect's operations. The townhouse stood in eerie silence, its windows darkened and the door unmarked. We approached cautiously, knowing that this could very well be our first direct confrontation with the elusive network that surrounded the architect. Holmes glanced over at me, his expression unreadable but resolute. "Stay alert, Watson," he murmured. "We are likely walking into the belly of the beast." We approached the front door, and without a moment's hesitation, Holmes knocked 3 times. Sharp, deliberate raps that echoed through the night. We waited, each passing second stretching into an eternity. Then a faint sound from within, the rustle of movement followed by the soft click of a lock turning. The door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man with a graying beard and piercing eyes. His gaze flicked over us, sizing us up, and in that moment, I could see the danger in his posture. He was no fool, and he knew exactly who we were. "Gentlemen," he said coolly, his voice carrying a hint of mockery, "I was wondering when you would finally come knocking, the great detective and his loyal companion. I must say, you've caused quite a stir in certain circles." Holmes did not flinch. "Mr. Harrington, I presume?" Harrington nodded, his lips curling into a thin smile. "Indeed, and you must be the famous Sherlock Holmes. I've heard much about you. I must say I'm quite flattered to be the subject of your attention." "There's no need for flattery, Mr. Harrington," Holmes replied coldly. "We are here to discuss a matter of much greater importance. We know you've been involved in several financial transactions that have funded a most insidious project. We need to know everything you can tell us about the architect." At the mention of the architect's name, Harrington's demeanor shifted. The smile vanished, replaced by an expression of cold calculation. For a brief moment, his eyes flickered with uncertainty, but he quickly regained his composure. "You think you've uncovered everything, don't you?" Harrington said, his voice low and dangerous. "But you have no idea what you're dealing with. The architect is not someone you can simply confront. He is a force far beyond your comprehension. And the things you've stumbled upon, they are only the beginning." Holmes stepped forward, his voice sharp and unwavering. "I don't care for your cryptic warnings, Mr. Harrington. We are here to bring an end to this madness. You will tell us what you know, or I will ensure that your role in these operations is exposed for all to see." Harrington's eyes narrowed, and I could see the flicker of a deeper fear behind them. But it was gone as quickly as it had appeared. "You don't know who you're dealing with," he repeated, though there was less certainty in his tone this time. "You think you're playing at some grand game of chess, but this is something far darker. The architect's plans are already set in motion. There's nothing you can do to stop it." Holmes remained silent for a moment, his mind clearly working through the implications of Harrington's words. Finally, he spoke again, his voice lower this time, more intense. "Then tell me this, Mr. Harrington. Why is it that your name, your very name, appears repeatedly in the ledger of land deals tied to the demolition of innocent lives? What do you have to gain from the architect's cleansing?" Harrington stiffened, his eyes flashing with something that almost resembled anger. "I don't owe you an explanation, Holmes. But I will tell you this. Power is never given, it's taken. The architect offered me something I could never achieve on my own. Control. And I took it. Now, you and your meddling friend have no place in this world we are building. It's too late for you to understand." Holmes's eyes never wavered. "So it is true, then. You are nothing more than a pawn in a larger game, one that you cannot even begin to comprehend. What does that make the architect Harrington? A god? A king? Or perhaps a demon?" Harrington's expression faltered for a moment, and in that split second, I saw something I had not expected. Fear. A fleeting moment of recognition passed between the two men, an unspoken understanding. "The architect is not what you think," Harrington whispered, his voice trembling ever so slightly. "He's more than just a man, more than just a vision. And if you keep pursuing this, you'll be swept away like the rest. There is no stopping it now." Holmes stood motionless, his eyes fixed on Harrington, his gaze sharp as ever. Then, without another word, he turned on his heel and headed toward the door, gesturing for me to follow. "Let's go, Watson," Holmes said, his voice steady but tinged with a rare gravity. "We have learned enough. The architect is closer than ever, and it's time to act." As we stepped back into the fog-laden streets, the weight of Harrington's words hung heavy between us. The architect, more than a mere man, a force too vast to understand. But with every revelation, we were getting closer. And, though the path ahead was fraught with danger, Holmes was as resolute as ever. As Holmes and I walked away from Harrington's townhouse, the fog thickened around us, almost suffocating in its density. The gas lamps along the street flickered weakly in the mist, casting long, trembling shadows that seemed to stretch toward us like fingers of some unseen force. It was a peculiar sort of night, one that felt oppressive, like the very atmosphere was conspiring against us. I couldn't shake the sense that we were being drawn into something much larger than we had anticipated. Holmes, however, seemed entirely unaffected by the heavy air. His gait remained steady, his mind already 5 steps ahead of me as he sifted through the details of the conversation with Harrington. I, on the other hand, could not help but be troubled by the ominous warning we had received. The architect was no ordinary criminal mastermind. He was a force, something far darker, something much more dangerous. "Do you truly believe Harrington's words, Holmes?" I asked, my voice betraying a hint of doubt. "That the architect is more than just a man?" Holmes didn't turn to face me, but instead continued to walk, his long coat trailing behind him. "In the world of crime, Watson, I've encountered many criminals, men driven by greed, power, or obsession. But there are others who rise above mere human motivations. The architect is one of them. He is not driven by the same desires as ordinary men. No, Watson, his motives are more complex, more terrifying." "But surely," I hesitated, "if he's not driven by typical human desires, then what is his purpose? Why this elaborate web of destruction? Why so many innocent lives?" Holmes stopped suddenly, and I nearly collided with him. He turned, his sharp gaze pinning me as if he had been waiting for me to ask the right question. "That is the crux of it, Watson. That is what makes the architect so dangerous. He doesn't see human lives as valuable, or even as lives at all. To him, people are simply pieces in a game that he has been playing for longer than we can fathom." I felt a chill at his words. The idea that someone could view human life with such cold detachment was unfathomable. It seemed impossible for me to reconcile with the world I knew. "We must find him, Holmes. Whatever it takes," I said, my voice low but firm. "We have the ledger now, and Harrington's admission only confirms that we're on the right track. But we must move quickly. The longer we wait, the more people will suffer." Holmes nodded in agreement, but his eyes, those calculating, ever-watchful eyes, seemed distant. I knew him well enough to recognize the signs. His mind was already churning through possible avenues of attack, mapping out every move we would need to make. "We will confront Whitford, Watson," he said at last, his voice quiet but resolute. "We need to know everything he knows. He's the last connection we have to the architect. We must break him, expose the truth." The weight of those words hung in the air as we continued our walk, the fog closing in tighter with every step, a meeting of minds. We arrived back at our Baker Street apartment some time later. The gas lamps on our street flickered in the breeze, and the world seemed quieter here, almost serene compared to the chaos we had just left behind. I felt a strange contrast between the calmness of our surroundings and the storm that raged within us. Holmes wasted no time in pacing to and fro, his mind already focused on the next steps. He moved with an energy that seemed to fill the room, speaking quickly, as though his thoughts were ahead of his words. "We have to meet with Whitford, Watson. It is the only way forward. I'll need you to stay sharp. This man, he's not going to give up his secrets easily." "Do you think he knows we're closing in on him?" I asked, pulling off my overcoat and hanging it by the door. Harrington's words seemed to suggest as much. If Whitford is aware, he'll be ready for us. Holmes looked up from the papers scattered across the table, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "There is no doubt in my mind that Whitford is aware of our interest, Watson, but that doesn't mean he knows what we know. The key will be in finding his weakness." I watched as Holmes leaned over the table, his fingers lightly tracing over the map of the city he had pinned there earlier. His sharp eyes scanned the streets, the buildings, the connections, every detail a clue in the intricate puzzle he was piecing together. It was as though the entire city was laid bare before him, every street corner, every alleyway, every name connected by invisible threads. But there was one name that kept rising to the surface. Whitford. "His weakness is his vanity," Holmes continued, his voice cutting through my thoughts. "He's built an empire of lies and manipulation, Watson. But at the heart of it, he is still a man, prideful, eager to maintain his position of power. If we can exploit that, we might just have the leverage we need." I nodded, understanding now. Whitford's arrogance, his obsession with his own image and influence, would be his undoing. Holmes's ability to manipulate such weaknesses had always been one of his greatest strengths. "We'll need to be careful," I said. "If he's the one funding the architect's plans, his reach will extend far. He'll have resources, connections, allies we don't even know about. We'll need to be prepared for anything." Holmes gave a sharp nod. "Indeed, Watson, which is why we must strike swiftly. We'll meet him under the guise of a social call, present ourselves as allies. But make no mistake, we will get the answers we need." The following evening, we made our way to Lord Whitford's mansion. The estate sat at the edge of one of London's most exclusive districts, an opulent house of marble and glass, surrounded by well-manicured gardens and high walls. The atmosphere here was a world away from the grime and dirt of the slums we had visited earlier. Whitford had positioned himself at the top of the city's social hierarchy, his wealth and influence insurmountable. As we walked up the marble steps to the front door, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into a trap. Holmes, however, appeared completely unaffected by the grandeur of the place, his expression focused as ever. He was ready. We were met at the door by Whitford's butler, who led us through the lavish hallways to a grand drawing room, where Lord Whitford himself awaited us. The man was everything I had expected. Tall, impeccably groomed, with sharp, aristocratic features that exuded power and authority. He looked up at us from his armchair, his eyes gleaming with an almost predatory interest. "Mr. Holmes? Dr. Watson," Whitford said smoothly, his voice a silken drawl. "I trust you are enjoying London's finest, as is your due. What brings you to my humble abode this evening?" Holmes gave a slight nod, his eyes never leaving Whitford's face. "Lord Whitford, it's a pleasure as always. I trust you've heard of our recent endeavors." Whitford's lips curled into a faint, condescending smile. "I'm sure I have. You're the talk of the town, Mr. Holmes. Though I must say I'm curious as to why you've chosen to pay me a visit. What is it you hope to find here?" Holmes's response was cool and calculated. "We're looking for answers, Whitford. We know you've been involved in certain transactions, dealings that have caused great harm to many innocent people. I believe you know exactly what I'm referring to." For the first time, I saw a flicker of unease cross Whitford's face, though it was gone before I could fully register it. His smile never faltered. "You have an active imagination, Mr. Holmes," Whitford replied smoothly, his voice tinged with disdain. "I assure you, my interests are purely financial. I have no desire to get involved in your wild schemes or investigations." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp. "Then you won't mind if we examine your records. After all, we wouldn't want anyone to think you're hiding something, would we?" The tension in the room was palpable, and I could feel the weight of the moment settling in. This was it. Our confrontation with Whitford had begun. The evening had not gone as planned. Our meeting with Lord Whitford, though ostensibly civil, had unveiled more questions than answers, and I could sense that Holmes was not satisfied with the encounter. Whitford had been an enigma, a master of playing the role of the innocent bystander while subtly deflecting any direct engagement with the true heart of our investigation. As we left his grand mansion, the weight of his words still lingered in my mind, each syllable dripping with insinuation, masking the secrets he so clearly guarded. Holmes, ever the strategist, had played his part, pushing Whitford to the edge without revealing his own hand. Yet, as we made our way back to Baker Street, I could not escape the nagging feeling that we were walking into a storm orchestrated by forces far beyond our comprehension. The fog had returned, rolling in from the river like a tide, and the streets were bathed in a ghostly pallor. The distant clatter of carriage wheels echoed in the stillness, and I found myself straining to make out any movement within the thickening mist. The city, it seemed, had become a labyrinth, one in which we were losing ourselves, piece by piece. As we reached Baker Street, I turned to Holmes, seeking some form of reassurance. He had been unusually silent during our walk, his eyes fixed ahead as though lost in thought. "Holmes," I began carefully, "what do you make of Whitford's behavior? He seemed far too confident, almost as though he were expecting us. Do you think he knows more than he's letting on?" Holmes did not answer immediately. Instead, he stopped at the door to our apartment, his hand resting on the knob, as though weighing the very action of entering. Finally, he spoke, his voice low but steady. "Whitford is more than just a player in this game, Watson. He is the keystone, the pivot point around which the entire conspiracy revolves. But he knows something we don't. There's more to him than we've seen." I watched him carefully, noting the intensity in his eyes. There was a hidden depth to his thoughts that I could not fully grasp, and for a moment I wondered if we were merely puppets in a much larger scheme. But I pushed the thought aside. Holmes was never one to be outplayed. As we entered the apartment, Holmes immediately moved toward the desk, where the ledger lay spread open. He flipped through the pages with an almost feverish energy, his fingers skimming over the names and dates that were scrawled with an urgency that mirrored his own thoughts. "I'm missing something, Watson," he muttered to himself, his voice edged with frustration. "This doesn't make sense. Whitford's involvement in the slum-clearance scheme is too obvious. But why? Why does he risk exposure for a plan that, by all rights, should be too dangerous to carry out in the open?" I stepped closer, peering over his shoulder at the ledger. The pages were filled with names, many of which had become familiar to us over the past few weeks. Politicians, business magnates, even influential members of the press. But it was one name, a name that had appeared multiple times, which caught my eye. "Holmes," I said, pointing to a name near the bottom of the page. "Here, E. Fitzroy. This name has appeared several times. Who is this man?" Holmes's gaze followed mine, and he narrowed his eyes. "Fitzroy," he repeated. "A name I've come across in my investigation, though I had not connected it to the architect's dealings. He's a solicitor, though not one of particular renown, but he's been involved in several large land transactions in recent months, all connected to Whitford and, by extension, the architect." I could sense that this was a pivotal moment in our investigation. We had discovered a link, one that might be the key to unlocking the rest of the conspiracy. But it was clear that Fitzroy was no ordinary solicitor. His involvement with Whitford meant that he was just as deeply embedded in this web as the banker had been, if not more so. "If we can find Fitzroy," Holmes said, his tone growing sharper, "we may be able to finally confront the architect. But we must act quickly. I sense that Whitford's patience is wearing thin. If he knows we are close, he will stop at nothing to protect himself." The next morning, we set out to find Fitzroy. Holmes had already made a plan, a meticulous, well-thought-out course of action that would take us to his office in the city's legal district. I had always admired Holmes's ability to act with such precision, even under the most tense of circumstances. But today, there was something in his manner that struck me as different, a quiet intensity, as though the walls of our investigation were closing in, and we were on the verge of something monumental. As we arrived at Fitzroy's office, a stately building tucked between other legal firms, the sense of danger grew heavier. Holmes moved with purpose, his eyes scanning every detail of the surroundings, as though he were preparing for an ambush. I followed close behind, keeping my own senses alert for any sign of movement, any sign that we were being watched. Inside, the office was unremarkable, a typical solicitor's establishment, with rows of dusty law books and wooden desks. The air was thick with the smell of ink and old parchment, but there was no sign of Fitzroy himself. His secretary, a nervous young woman, looked up from her desk, startled by our entrance. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," she said, her voice trembling. I wasn't expecting visitors." Holmes's expression softened, though his words remained sharp. "We are looking for Mr. Fitzroy. Is he available?" The secretary hesitated before responding. "Mr. Fitzroy has been out of the office for the past few days. He's been acting strange. He said something about needing to leave town for a few days." "Do you know where he went?" Holmes pressed, his tone unfaltering. The secretary shook her head, but there was something in her eyes, something guarded. She wasn't telling us the whole truth. That much was certain. Holmes could see it, as could I. But before we could push further, the door to the office swung open with a sudden force, and a tall figure stepped inside. The man was dressed in a long, dark coat, his face partially obscured by a wide-brimmed hat. I tensed immediately. This was no ordinary visitor. Holmes stepped forward. "You're Fitzroy," he stated, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "I was wondering when you'd show your face." Fitzroy looked at Holmes with an unreadable expression, his eyes darting quickly between us. Then, without warning, he reached into his coat and drew a revolver from beneath his jacket. "I was hoping to avoid this, Mr. Holmes," he said coolly, the gun trained on us. "But I suppose it's too late for subtlety. You're far too close to the truth, and I'm afraid that's something I cannot allow." The moment Fitzroy drew the revolver, the atmosphere in the small office seemed to warp. Everything became more acute, more immediate. The ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner was suddenly deafening, the hum of the city outside muffled by the tension in the room, It was as if the entire world had ceased to exist except for the barrel of the gun aimed at us and the man holding it. Holmes. Holmes, unfazed as ever, studied Fitzroy with a calmness that was almost unnerving. His eyes locked onto the revolver for a brief second, then drifted back to Fitzroy's face, reading every minuscule shift in his expression. "I'm afraid this is a mistake, Mr. Fitzroy," Holmes said, his voice quiet but cutting. "You've drawn the weapon, which means you've reached a decision. But I suggest you think again. You've already made one grave error by involving yourself in this web of lies and deceit. Do you truly wish to compound it with another?" Fitzroy's jaw tightened, his grip on the revolver unwavering. For a moment, it seemed as though Holmes's words were having no effect. But then Fitzroy's eyes flickered, just for a split second, towards the door, towards the hallway beyond. I saw it then, his hesitation, his fear. "You've already sealed your fate by betraying the architect, haven't you?" Holmes continued, his voice still composed, as though he were discussing nothing more dangerous than a chess match. "You know, I've seen men like you before, men who overestimate their own position, but you've just made the most dangerous mistake of all. You've drawn a line in the sand. And now, there's no going back." Fitzroy's breath came in sharp, shallow bursts, and his fingers twitched slightly on the trigger. His eyes darted again, betraying the uncertainty that churned beneath the surface of his stoic demeanor. Holmes took a single step forward, almost imperceptibly. It was a move that made the air crackle with intensity. "I know you, Fitzroy," Holmes said. "You're not a killer. You never were. You've been a pawn in someone else's game, just like Harrington. Like Whitford. The only difference is that you've finally realized you're expendable. The architect has no use for you anymore, does he?" The gun lowered ever so slightly. Fitzroy's breath steadied. His gaze darted to the door once more, but this time there was something else in his eyes. A flicker of desperation. The power was slipping from his hands, and he knew it. I don't want to," Fitzroy began, his voice breaking. "I never wanted any of this. But they have my wife, my son." The words, though barely a whisper, hung heavily in the room. I glanced quickly at Holmes, who was watching Fitzroy with an unsettling calmness. This was the moment, the reveal that would change everything. "Your family," Holmes repeated softly. "I see. The architect's web is a delicate thing, Fitzroy. One false move, and the entire structure collapses. But you don't have to play his game anymore. Tell us what we need to know, and we can save them." Fitzroy's fingers trembled now, the revolver quivering in his hand. His eyes darted from Holmes to me. His lips parted as though to speak, but no words came. The room seemed to hold its breath, suspended in the heavy air. Finally, Fitzroy lowered the revolver entirely, his arms slack at his sides. He seemed smaller now, diminished by the weight of his own fear and guilt. "Help me," he whispered, barely audible. "I've made a terrible mistake. I was just trying to protect them. I never wanted to hurt anyone." Holmes stepped forward, closing the distance between them. His eyes were sharp, but his voice was steady and understanding. "You've done enough damage already, Fitzroy, but it's not too late to make things right. You can help us bring the architect down. That's the only way you'll save your family, and if you act quickly, you may even save yourself." Fitzroy swallowed hard, his face pale, his breath coming in ragged gasps. I don't know how much longer I can keep them safe. He said he would come for them. If I didn't follow his orders? And I?" His voice cracked, but he quickly composed himself. "I've been laundering money, funneling it through various accounts, setting up false transactions. It was all part of the slum-clearance scheme. But I didn't realize the scope of it, Holmes. I didn't know how far the architect's reach went. He owns people. He controls them. And he has more influence than I ever imagined." Holmes nodded slowly, processing every word. "The ledger," he murmured almost to himself. "The names. Fitzroy, you've been managing the financial side of things for the architect, haven't you?" Fitzroy nodded weakly. Yes, but there's more. The ledger, the one you have, it's only a small part of the full picture. The real power lies in the missing pages. There's a transaction, a deal that connects the highest echelons of government, business, and crime. The final page is missing, Holmes. I was supposed to destroy it. But I couldn't. Why? I asked. Why didn't you destroy it? Fitzroy's eyes were wide with terror now, his voice almost pleading. Because if I did, the architect would have killed them, my wife and my son. He said he would come for them. He has agents everywhere, Watson. I couldn't risk it. Not for a ledger. Holmes's expression softened, but there was no time for pity. Where is the missing page, Fitzroy? The solicitor paused, swallowing hard. He looked over his shoulder toward the door once more. Then, in a quiet voice, he whispered, "It's hidden in my wife's locket. She wears it every day. The page is folded within the locket itself. You must get it before it's too late, before the architect moves again." I exchanged a glance with Holmes, and in that moment, everything clicked into place. The final piece of the puzzle had been revealed. The architect's true plan was far more insidious than we had imagined. The locket was not just a simple keepsake. It was the key to the final transaction, the ultimate link in the chain of corruption. "We'll help you, Fitzroy," Holmes said, his voice steady now. "But you must lead us to your family. You must trust us if you want them to survive." Fitzroy nodded weakly, his face pale with fear, but determination flickered in his eyes. The terror that had gripped him moments before seemed to dissipate, replaced by the desperate will to save his family. He led us quickly through the maze of hallways in the office, out into the foggy London streets. He moved with purpose now, his earlier hesitation gone. There was no time to waste. We hailed a carriage, and Fitzroy gave the driver directions that led us through narrow alleyways toward the outskirts of the city. As the wheels clattered along the cobblestone streets, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed. A presence, hidden in the mist, seemed to be tracking us, waiting for the right moment to strike. "We must hurry," Fitzroy whispered, his voice trembling. "They could be watching us even now." Holmes's gaze never wavered. "Then we'll outpace them. We'll get to your family before they do." As we turned onto a quieter, more desolate street, I saw it, a shadow in the fog, a figure moving swiftly but silently through the mist. It was too much of a coincidence. Holmes had already sensed it too. "They're here," he murmured. Before I could react, the first shot rang out, echoing through the streets. Chapter 6, The Final Confrontation. The shot rang out, shattering the stillness of the fog-covered street. The crack of the gun echoed off the stone walls of the nearby buildings, sending a chill through the air. I froze for a moment, my heart hammering in my chest, and then Holmes reacted with the swift precision I had come to expect from him. "Down!" he barked, pulling me to the ground as another shot rang out from the shadowed corner of the alley. The bullet whizzed over our heads, embedding itself in the brick wall above us. Fitzroy, who had been leading us through the foggy streets, stumbled and fell to the ground. His face twisted in fear, his eyes wide as he reached for the revolver in his coat. Holmes grabbed his wrist before he could draw it fully. "Stay down!" Holmes commanded, his voice sharp and unyielding. I scrambled to my feet, instinctively moving to shield Fitzroy from any further danger. The fog was thick, almost impenetrable, but I could just make out the dark shapes of figures moving within it. At least 3, perhaps more. They were closing in fast. "This way," Holmes hissed, pulling us toward a narrow alley that led off the main street. "We must keep moving. They'll corner us if we stay out here." We sprinted through the alley, the sound of footsteps behind us growing louder. I could hear the echo of harsh breathing, the clatter of boots on cobblestones. The figures were getting closer. They had the advantage, better knowledge of the terrain, more men, but Holmes was determined not to give up so easily. "Fitzroy," Holmes snapped, "do you have the locket? The page? It's the only way out of this." Fitzroy nodded shakily, clutching his coat tightly. His face was pale, his eyes darting in all directions. "It's with her, at our house. We need to get there quickly." "We'll get there," Holmes said, a determination in his voice. "But we can't afford to be captured now. Hold tight. I need you to be strong." The sound of gunfire erupted again, but this time it was a warning shot, fired just above our heads. The man in the shadows was closing in, growing bolder with each passing second. "Holmes," I gasped as we turned a sharp corner into another narrow lane. "How much farther?" Holmes didn't reply immediately. His eyes scanned the street ahead, calculating the distances, the angles, and our next move. Finally, he spoke, his voice grim. "We need to buy time. I'll draw them off." Before I could protest, Holmes slipped into a small doorway beside us, disappearing from view. I hesitated, caught between the impulse to follow him and the duty to protect Fitzroy. The man was shaking, and I could tell that his mind was clouded by the fear of losing everything. His family, his life, perhaps even the last shred of his humanity. "Stay low," I whispered to Fitzroy. "We're not out of danger yet." But even as I spoke, I heard the unmistakable sound of heavy footsteps closing in on us. It was too late to retreat. Holmes had, as always, planned several steps ahead. His sudden disappearance had not been a random decision. He had found an opportunity to turn the tables. As I crouched low with Fitzroy, watching the mist swirl around us like a living thing, I saw Holmes reappear in the shadows. But this time, he was not alone. He had taken refuge in a narrow alcove, just past a stack of wooden crates. There, hidden from sight, he had positioned himself in a perfect ambush. As the first of the figures emerged from the fog, Holmes fired, his shot precise, a single clean strike that sent the man collapsing to the ground. The element of surprise worked in our favor, and the attackers, momentarily stunned, hesitated. "Now!" Holmes shouted, and with that, we were off again, running for all we were worth. I grabbed Fitzroy by the arm, my dad urging him forward. We couldn't stop, not now. Holmes's plan had worked, but only momentarily. We needed to reach the house, and we needed to do it quickly. The gunfire would have alerted the others to our position, and soon they would be hunting us with renewed determination. We rounded another corner, and ahead I saw the looming silhouette of Fitzroy's house, a grand, though weathered Victorian building on the outskirts of the city. But as we neared, I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise. The air had shifted. The streets around us were too quiet, too still. "Holmes!" I called out, my voice tense with worry. "Something's wrong." Holmes's figure appeared from the shadows, joining us with a swift stride. His brow was furrowed, his face set in grim determination. "We're too late," he said, his voice low and serious. "They've been here." We stopped at the front gate of Fitzroy's home, and I could see it immediately. The door was ajar. The lock had been broken, and the window panes were shattered. Whoever had come before us had not been subtle. They had made sure Fitzroy's family was taken, by force most likely. Fitzroy stumbled toward the door, his face stricken with horror. No, please," he murmured, his voice breaking. Holmes grabbed him by the shoulder, forcing him to face him. "Listen to me, Fitzroy," Holmes said urgently. "Your family is not here. But the locket, the page is. We have to act quickly. The longer we waste, the more chance the architect has to disappear into the shadows." Fitzroy nodded weakly, but it was clear he wasn't processing everything. He was too overwhelmed by fear and despair. Holmes, sensing the urgency, moved quickly, pushing the door open and leading us inside. The house was silent, eerily so. The faint smell of tobacco lingered in the air, and the remnants of a fire still smoldered in the hearth, but there was no sign of life, except for the destruction. Holmes made his way through the house with practiced ease, examining every detail as he went. "They were searching for something," he muttered under his breath. "A misplaced clue. The locket." Fitzroy staggered into the drawing room, his hands trembling. "It must be here somewhere," he said, his voice hoarse. "I told her to hide it. I told her to keep it safe." I could see the frantic panic in his eyes, and for a moment I wondered if we were too late. But Holmes moved quickly, his keen mind working faster than anyone else's. Within moments, he had located a small desk tucked into a corner of the room. He rifled through its drawers with methodical precision, as though he knew exactly what he was looking for. "There," Holmes said, pulling out a delicate silver locket from the top drawer. It was unremarkable in appearance, just an ordinary piece of jewelry. But inside, Holmes cracked it open, revealing the folded page within. I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I had been holding. "The page." Holmes nodded, examining the contents carefully. "This is it," he said, "the final piece of the puzzle." Holmes turned the page in his hands, his eyes scanning the cryptic writing that filled it. The transaction detailed on the page was chilling, far more so than I had anticipated. It was not just a financial arrangement. It was the foundation of an intricate network of power, one that spanned the highest levels of government, business, and criminal activity. "This is the blueprint," Holmes murmured, more to himself than to anyone else. "The architect's plan, Watson. This is what he's been orchestrating all along." But just as I was about to speak, a sharp sound, a creaking floorboard, cut through the tension. I turned just in time to see a figure stepping out of the shadows at the end of the hallway. The architect himself. The figure standing in the doorway was as enigmatic and chilling as the rumors had suggested. The architect, tall, composed, and wearing a dark tailored suit, surveyed us with a gaze that sent a shiver down my spine. His features were sharp, almost too perfect, with a narrow jaw and high cheekbones that seemed carved from stone. A thin smile played at the corners of his lips, but it was one that spoke more of malice than mirth. For a moment, no one moved. The silence stretched on, thick and suffocating, as the three of us stood frozen, Holmes, Fitzroy, and myself, facing the man who had orchestrated so much destruction from the shadows. "So," the architect said, his voice low and smooth, "we finally meet. I had hoped for a more subtle conclusion, but it seems fate has other plans." Holmes didn't flinch. He merely folded the page back into the locket with deliberate care, his eyes never leaving the architect's face. "You've been very careful, Mr. Rothwell," he said calmly. "But as always, one mistake was enough." The architect Rothwell took a step forward, his gaze flickering briefly to Fitzroy, who was still standing there, his hands wringing together in anxiety. "Ah, Mr. Fitzroy," Rothwell said, his voice dripping with false warmth. "How the mighty have fallen. You were once a trusted ally, but your weakness has cost us both dearly." Fitzroy recoiled, guilt and fear painting his face. His hands clenched into fists at his sides, and he shook his head, unable to find the words to respond. "You're too late," Rothwell continued, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. "You've gathered all the pieces, but they're useless without the final one, the key to the last transaction, and you've brought it straight into my hands." He turned his gaze to me, and I felt a sudden, inexplicable chill crawl up my spine. I must admit, I never expected a pair of detectives to thwart everything I've worked for, but in the end, it doesn't matter. "What are you going to do, Rothwell?" I found myself asking before I could stop myself, my voice a mix of defiance and unease. "You're cornered now. You're exposed." Rothwell's smile widened, a cold, predatory grin. "Am I? It's easy to believe that when you think you're the one holding all the cards, but I've prepared for this moment." His eyes flicked to the walls around us, as though to suggest something unseen was already at play. "Holmes," I muttered, a pang of worry twisting my stomach. "Something's wrong." Holmes gave me a single sharp glance, his eyes narrowing as he studied Rothwell more carefully. "Indeed," he said quietly, his voice growing more tense. "You've miscalculated, Mr. Rothwell. You've underestimated me." For a brief moment, Rothwell's composure faltered. His lips tightened as if he realized something was amiss. But before he could respond, the lights in the room flickered, casting strange, elongated shadows against the walls. The air felt thicker, charged with an ominous energy. Rothwell raised an eyebrow, his hand unconsciously moving toward his waist. "What do you mean by that?" "Exactly what I said," Holmes replied evenly, his voice never rising but carrying the weight of truth. "You're not the only one who's been planning for this day, Rothwell. I knew from the beginning that you would try something like this, and so I took precautions." Before Rothwell could respond, a loud crash came from somewhere deep inside the house, loud enough to make the floor shake and the walls groan under the pressure. The source of the noise was unclear, but its reverberations were unmistakable. Something or someone had entered the house from another point. I turned instinctively, my hand instinctively gripping my revolver, though I wasn't sure where the threat was coming from. The tension in the room became unbearable. Fitzroy's breath was shallow, his eyes darting around frantically as if expecting another round of gunfire. Holmes, however, was calm. Too calm. "It seems the game is not yet over, Mr. Rothwell," he said, his gaze flicking toward the door where the sound had originated. Rothwell's face twisted with a sudden, fleeting expression of anger, but it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. "You think you can outmaneuver me?" he sneered, stepping forward again, his figure towering as he approached us. "I've been planning this for years, Holmes. Years. And you've just walked into my trap." I felt my heart race. "The trap. Fitzroy," I said, my voice a harsh whisper. "What is he talking about?" Fitzroy's eyes were wide with terror now. He shook his head desperately, his hands trembling as he tried to make sense of what was unfolding. I don't understand. He's bluffing. He must be." But his voice lacked conviction. Holmes raised a hand, silencing the room. His eyes were fixed on Rothwell, calculating. Not bluffing, I'm afraid, Watson. You see, Rothwell is a man who doesn't just rely on his own wit. He relies on his network of influence. And he knew we would come here tonight. That's why he's orchestrated this. Rothwell chuckled darkly, almost as though he were humoring Holmes. You think I've been hiding in the shadows all this time for nothing, Holmes. You've been playing my game from the very beginning. This house, the ledger, the missing page, all of it was a setup, and you fell for it. Holmes didn't respond immediately, his mind whirring with the rapidity of 1,000 thoughts. I could see it in his eyes. He was already planning the next move. But before either of us could act, the door behind us burst open, and a group of men in dark suits rushed into the room. They were armed. The men Rothwell had stationed here as his backup. "Holmes," I shouted, reaching for my revolver, but it was already too late. The room was flooded with men, all of them trained, all of them ready. They advanced quickly, weapons drawn, forcing us into the farthest corner of the room. Rothwell raised his hand, signaling them to stop. He turned to Holmes, his face almost pitying. "It's over, Sherlock, you've lost." Holmes didn't flinch. He looked at the men who surrounded us, each one trying to make a move, his mind calculating their next steps. But something was wrong. There was a shift in the air, a subtle change in the dynamic. With a quick motion, Holmes's fingers moved to his pocket. A single piece of paper, folded neatly, slipped out of his hand and onto the floor. "What's this?" Rothwell sneered, picking up the paper, his fingers trembling as he unfolded it. Holmes's voice was low but piercing. "It's the last page, Rothwell, the one you thought you had control of." The architect's eyes widened as he realized what had happened. He had been too eager to claim victory, too focused on the immediate danger, that he had forgotten the one thing he hadn't prepared for: the mind of Sherlock Holmes. Before Rothwell could react, Holmes lunged forward, using the element of surprise. The atmosphere in the room exploded into chaos, and everything moved in an instant. Shots rang out. The men around us tried to react, but Holmes was already in motion, his movements a blur of calculated precision. I dove behind a piece of furniture for cover, my heart pounding in my chest. Holmes was engaging the men with frightening skill, knocking them aside one by one, disarming them with fluid motions that seemed almost choreographed. As the last of Rothwell's men were incapacitated, I rose slowly, my revolver still clenched tightly in my hand. Rothwell, now facing Holmes directly, stood motionless, the realization dawning on him. "You've failed," Holmes said softly, a touch of finality in his voice. Rothwell's shoulders slumped. His empire, his carefully constructed web of power, was unraveling before his eyes. The last piece of the puzzle had fallen into place, and now, with his plans laid bare, there was nothing left but to face the consequences. Chapter 13: The Reckoning. The dust settled quickly. The last of Rothwell's men lay unconscious on the floor, and I stood, my hands still shaking from the adrenaline. The room was eerily quiet now, save for the occasional groan of the house settling around us. I could hear the distant echo of the foghorn from the harbor. But inside this house, a far more dangerous game had just come to an end. Rothwell, the architect of the entire operation, stood before us, his face pale, his eyes devoid of the calm confidence he had carried for so long. The final pieces had been put together, and now there was nowhere left to run. Holmes didn't move immediately. He stood still, studying Rothwell with that sharp, almost predatory gaze that seemed to pierce right through a person, laying bare their every secret. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Rothwell finally spoke, his voice a hollow rasp. "You've beaten me, Holmes. I won't deny it." He raised his hand slightly, as if surrendering, but there was no humility in the gesture, only bitter resignation. "But you must know this. You have no idea what you've just done. You've stopped me, yes, but you've opened a far worse door in the process." Holmes cocked his head slightly, the usual amusement in his eyes replaced by an intensity that came with the stakes of the moment. "I know exactly what I've done, Rothwell. I've exposed you for what you are. A man who would sacrifice lives for the sake of a few more pounds in your coffers. And I've made sure you will never orchestrate another scheme again." Rothwell gave a dry laugh, his hands twitching in nervous agitation. "You think so? There are always more of us. You've removed one cog in the machine, but the machine will continue to turn. Your little victory is nothing more than a fleeting moment. My associates will come after you. They'll finish what I started." Holmes stepped closer, his eyes now fixed intently on Rothwell's face. "Do you think they'll be able to do so once you've been exposed? Your network of corruption is dismantled. Your name will be burned into every newspaper. The authorities will come for you, and not just for your crimes against the innocent, but for the blood on your hands, Rothwell. It's over." For a moment, Rothwell's gaze faltered. There was something almost human behind those cold eyes, a flicker of the man who had once been able to walk freely through London's high society, unchallenged, untouchable. But that man was gone now. All that remained was the shell of someone who had failed. "Perhaps you're right," Rothwell murmured, his voice now quieter, almost defeated. "But it won't matter in the end. The money, the power, it always finds a way. People like me always come back." Holmes didn't respond at first. He simply observed Rothwell's disillusioned tone and steady breathing, as if considering how to respond to someone who no longer had the courage to fight. But then he spoke again, his voice soft but unwavering. "You have underestimated something, Rothwell. You have underestimated the people you've trampled on, the lives you've destroyed in your pursuit of greed. You've overlooked the resilience of those you thought you could crush beneath your heel." There was a slight pause. I watched the exchange, feeling the weight of it, the quiet certainty in Holmes's voice. He had delivered the final blow, and there was nothing more to be said. The case was closed. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway outside. A moment later, the door swung open, and Detective Lestrade entered, followed by a handful of constables. The timing was impeccable, as always, and his eyes widened in surprise at the scene before him. "Well, well," Lestrade said, his voice a mix of exasperation and respect. "It looks like I'm a little late to the party." Holmes turned toward Lestrade, his lips curling into the faintest of smiles. "Not late, Lestrade, just in time. I trust you've taken care of the rest of Rothwell's men?" Lestrade nodded, his expression grim. "They're rounded up and secured. It's over, Holmes. You've got him." Rothwell seemed to stiffen at the sight of the uniformed constables. His eyes flickered to the door, but he knew there was no escape. He was trapped. "I suggest you take him, Lestrade," Holmes said, his tone now bordering on indifference. "He has much to answer for, more than he can possibly fathom." Lestrade nodded and stepped forward, signaling for the constables to approach Rothwell, who stood, unmoving, his face frozen in a mask of resignation. "You're under arrest, Rothwell," Lestrade said, his voice steady, "for conspiracy, murder, and a list of other crimes that'll take me weeks to sort through. You'll be tried for what you've done." Rothwell didn't respond. He allowed the constables to cuff his hands behind his back. His shoulders slumped in defeat. He seemed resigned to his fate now, as though all the bravado and calculated arrogance had been drained from him in the span of a single moment. As the constables led Rothwell out of the room, I turned to Holmes, still processing everything that had happened in such a short time. "Do you think this will really end it?" I asked, my voice quiet, almost unsure. "Will Rothwell's associates simply fade away?" Holmes paused, considering the question carefully. "It will take time, Watson. But yes, this is the end of this particular thread. Rothwell's web of influence will unravel now that he's exposed. It may not happen overnight, but with the authorities now involved, the damage will be done." I nodded, but a part of me still felt uneasy. Rothwell had been a master manipulator, a man who played the long game with calculated precision. Could his network really be dismantled so easily? Holmes seemed to read my thoughts. "Don't worry, Watson. They've been watched for a long time. The authorities will have more than enough to take down every last one of them. You have my word on it." As the final clatter of footsteps faded away, we stood in the quiet aftermath, the house once again falling silent. The fog outside had thickened, but inside there was a strange sense of calm. We had solved the case. We had brought down one of the most dangerous men in London. But as always, I found myself wondering, what would the world look like now that the curtain had been pulled back? The corruption had been exposed, but the fight was far from over. Holmes turned to me, a rare moment of solemnity in his eyes. "Another case closed, Watson. But don't mistake the end of one villain for the end of all evil. There will always be those who seek to exploit and destroy. It is the nature of man. I know, I replied quietly, feeling the weight of his words. But for tonight, we've made a difference. Holmes gave a single nod, his eyes distant, his mind already racing to the next puzzle. Indeed, for tonight. And with that, we left the house, stepping out into the misty London streets, where the fog swirled around us like an ever-present reminder that no victory is ever truly permanent. The fight would continue, but for now, we had won. The cold London air felt like a balm to my senses as we stepped outside the grim, shadowed house. Holmes, his eyes already scanning the horizon, seemed in a rare moment of quiet contemplation. The fog that enveloped the city did not dampen his spirits. Instead, it seemed to feed the complex thought patterns swirling in his mind. I, on the other hand, felt the weight of exhaustion pressing down on my chest, the culmination of the intense days and nights spent unraveling this tangled web. "Holmes," I ventured, stepping beside him as we made our way down the cobbled street, "are you certain about Rothwell's associates?" The network he built was vast and deeply entrenched. Holmes glanced at me, his face unreadable in the dim light. "Indeed, Watson. But that is precisely why Rothwell's downfall is significant. It sends a message." He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly as if measuring the thick fog around us. "The authorities now have the leverage to break it apart, slowly, methodically. There are too many records, too many ledgers, and too many witnesses for the conspirators to stay hidden for long." I nodded but couldn't shake the sense that this victory, though crucial, was not final. There were always more layers to peel back, always another thread to tug at. The question lingered. How deep did this corruption go? How far did Rothwell's tentacles reach? And who else had been a part of his grand scheme? "Still, the danger hasn't passed, has it?" I asked. Holmes's lips twitched into a ghost of a smile, but it lacked any warmth. "No, Watson, the danger has not passed, but we have disrupted the key player in the game. With Rothwell's capture, the others will soon find themselves cornered. We've simply removed the head of the serpent. The rest will fall." I could only hope he was right. Though I trusted Holmes's instincts implicitly, the sheer magnitude of Rothwell's criminal empire was enough to leave a lingering doubt. As we walked, I noticed the streets around us were quieter than usual, as though the city itself had been holding its breath. The gaslights flickered dimly through the mist, casting long, eerie shadows on the pavement. The world felt like it had been momentarily suspended between night and dawn, a state of uneasy peace. We continued in silence for some time, the only sound being the occasional carriage rattling in the distance, or the footsteps of other pedestrians hurrying through the fog. Holmes seemed lost in thought, his hands deep in the pockets of his coat, his stride steady and purposeful. I, too, had my own thoughts, my mind trying to piece together the fragments of what had transpired over the past few days. We had barely scratched the surface of Rothwell's dealings. I had no doubt that the aftermath of his exposure would reverberate through the entire city, through all of society. Finally, as we turned a corner, the silhouette of Baker Street came into view, our familiar home, our sanctuary. But even as we neared our front door, I sensed that the case had not yet fully concluded. There was something about the way Holmes held himself, the quiet intensity in his gaze. He was not the type to be easily satisfied, and I could tell his mind was already turning to the next challenge, the next mystery that would arise in the wake of this one. As we approached the door, Holmes paused. I glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. "Holmes?" He turned to face me, his expression unreadable in the dim glow from the street lamp. "It's not over, Watson," he said quietly, his voice holding an edge of something unspoken. "This case has opened up more questions than answers. Rothwell was only one piece of a larger puzzle. We have only begun to uncover the depths of this conspiracy." I frowned, my mind racing. "You believe others are still involved?" Holmes's gaze shifted toward the distant horizon, as if looking beyond the city itself. "There are always others, Watson. People like Rothwell don't operate alone. His downfall will cause ripples, and those ripples will touch many corners of the world. The question is, who will rise in his place? And what will they do?" I took a deep breath, feeling a mixture of unease and intrigue settle in my chest. "I see. You think there's more to uncover? A greater threat than we've realized? Holmes gave a single nod, his eyes flashing with a quiet, dangerous certainty. Indeed. But for now, we must allow the authorities to do their work. Our part in this is finished. For the moment, the true danger may lie ahead. I could only nod in agreement. My body was weary, but my mind was still buzzing, filled with 100 unresolved questions. Holmes was right, of course. This wasn't the end. The game never truly ended. With a final glance at the mist-choked streets around us, we stepped into the warmth of our home. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting a flickering glow across the room. Holmes made his way to the armchair by the fire, his mind already shifting gears. I, on the other hand, sank into my own chair, my body longing for rest. But the unease lingered, gnawing at the edges of my consciousness. The case was over, but the consequences would unfold for months, perhaps years to come. And somewhere, in the dark corners of the city, I had no doubt that the shadow of Rothwell's empire would continue to cast its long, ominous reach. Holmes leaned back in his chair, his eyes closed for a moment as though to clear the fog from his mind. Then he opened them again, a glimmer of something like satisfaction, or perhaps only the calm before another storm, in his gaze. "We've done well, Watson," he said, his voice almost a whisper. "But you're right to feel uneasy. There are always more dangers lurking beneath the surface." I glanced at him, a mixture of exhaustion and respect in my eyes. "And you, Holmes? How long before you move on to the next case?" Holmes smiled faintly. "For now, Watson, I think we've earned a brief reprieve. The world will continue to spin, and we shall continue to observe. But rest assured, when the next case arises, I will be ready. And you, my friend, will be by my side, just as always." For a moment, I allowed myself to relax, the weariness of the past few days taking its toll. But even as I sat there, the weight of what lay ahead still pressed upon me. Holmes's words echoed in my mind. The true danger may lie ahead. And as I drifted off into an uneasy sleep later that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere in the distance, another mystery was already taking shape, waiting for us, just beyond the horizon. Thank you so much for listening. We hope you enjoyed the story. Don't forget to leave a comment letting us know which story you'd like to hear next and where you're tuning in from. We love hearing from our detective fans around the world. See you in the next adventure.